India's maritime sector is on a transformational journey towards sustainability, safety, and innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the Directorate General of Shipping, the apex regulatory body overseeing the Indian shipping industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we reflect on our achievements and set sail towards a smarter, greener, and more secure maritime future. Since its establishment in 1949, DGS has been the backbone of India's maritime governance. From ensuring the safety and security of vessels to regulating the training and welfare of seafarers, it plays a crucial role in shaping the industry by implementing international conventions such as SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW and MLC. DGS aligns India's shipping sector with global standards. Today, it is leading the way in promoting green shipping, digital transformation and smart maritime solutions, ensuring efficiency and sustainability in operations. As India moves towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, DGS remains steadfast in its mission to drive innovation and compliance. The transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration marks a new era of maritime administration, bringing together multiple sectors under one unified authority. As India's maritime sector expands beyond shipping to encompass ports, shipbuilding, ship recycling, offshore operations, and inland waterways, an integrated governance approach will be implemented under the revised authority granted to the Directorate by the new Merchant Shipping Bill 2024. As maritime trade continues to grow, ensuring safety, security, and environmental protection is more important than ever. India ensures timely risk identification and mitigation in maritime security operations by leveraging training along with advanced monitoring and response mechanisms. Also, the Directorate collaborates with the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, other intergovernmental, international, regional and non-governmental organizations to mitigate threats and other emergencies. For 75 years, the Directorate has played a pivotal role in shaping and regulating India's maritime sector. As we celebrate this historic milestone, we take a moment to reflect on our journey, engage with our stakeholders, and chart a course for the future. The 75th anniversary of DGS is not just a commemoration, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to a greener, smarter, and safer maritime industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we look ahead to the future. DGS is committed to digital transformation, green shipping, and global leadership in maritime governance. Our roadmap for Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 2047 aligns with India's ambition to become a maritime superpower. Join us as we shape the future of Indian shipping.
Navneet Patania sir, can you please check the mic? Left podium mic. Left podium mic. Can you check the mic?
Hello, hello, mic testing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Request to please take your seats. We will be starting the program very shortly. Our chief guest will be arriving here in 5 to 10 minutes. Request everyone to take their seats. Our volunteers, I request our volunteers to please guide the VIP guests and cadets to take their respective seats. May I also have your kind attention? Before the arrival of our Honorable Minister, we would like to share a few important announcements for your kind cooperation. Kindly be seated and remain in seat unless the Honorable Minister arrives. Please ensure that all your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Kindly maintain the decorum of the session at all times. Please refrain from moving around or leaving the hall, especially during the arrival or address of Honorable Minister. Kindly avoid approaching the dais. We also request our delegates, cadets and guests not to leave the hall before the conclusion of the session. Your cooperation in maintaining the dignity and the smooth conduct of the proceedings is sincerely appreciated. Thank you. Can we please check the cordless mic? Hello. So can you hear me?
India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of the Harappans. Archaeological discoveries, including well-structured docks, warehouses, and maritime artifacts, indicate the early maritime prowess that laid the foundation for India's long-standing role as a key player in global trade, influencing maritime activities for centuries to come. India's maritime sector is on a transformational journey towards sustainability, safety, and innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the Directorate General of Shipping, the apex regulatory body overseeing the Indian shipping industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we reflect on our achievements and set sail towards a smarter, greener, and more secure maritime future. Since its establishment in 1949, DGS has been the backbone of India's maritime governance. From ensuring the safety and security of vessels to regulating the training and welfare of seafarers, it plays a crucial role in shaping the industry by implementing international conventions such as
Hello,
SOLAS,
testing 1 2 3.
MARPOL,
Testing.
STCW, and MLC. DGS aligns India's shipping sector with global standards.
Madam, can you hear me?
It is leading the way in promoting green shipping,
Hello.
digital transformation,
Can
and
you hear
smart
me?
maritime solutions, ensuring efficiency and sustainability in operations. As India moves towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, DGS remains steadfast in its mission to drive innovation and compliance. The transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration marks a new era of maritime administration, bringing together multiple sectors under one unified authority. As India's maritime sector expands beyond shipping to encompass
I request all our
ports,
guests to please take
shipbuilding,
their chairs,
ship
seats.
recycling, offshore operations,
We'll
and
begin the
inland
proceedings in
waterways.
2 to 3 minutes.
An integrated governance approach will
Request
be
the guests to
implemented
please take
under
the seats on the
revised
left.
authority granted to the Directorate by the new Merchant Shipping Bill 2024. As maritime trade continues to grow, ensuring safety, security, and environmental protection is more important than ever. India ensures timely risk identification and mitigation in maritime security operations by leveraging training along with advanced monitoring and response mechanisms. Also, the Directorate collaborates with the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, other intergovernmental, international, regional, and non-governmental organizations to mitigate threats and other emergencies. For 75 years, the Directorate has played a pivotal role in shaping and regulating India's maritime sector. As we celebrate this historic milestone, we take a moment to reflect on our journey, engage with our stakeholders, and chart a course for the future. The 75th anniversary of DGS is not just a commemoration, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to a greener, smarter, and safer maritime industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we look ahead to the future, DGS is committed to digital transformation, green shipping, and global leadership in maritime governance. Our roadmap for Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kaal Vision 2047 aligns with India's ambition to become a maritime superpower. Join us as we shape the future of Indian shipping. India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of the Harappans. Archaeological discoveries, including well-structured docks, warehouses, and maritime artifacts, indicate the early maritime prowess that laid the foundation for India's long-standing role as a key player in global trade, influencing maritime activities for centuries to come. India's maritime sector is on a transformational journey towards sustainability, safety, and innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the Directorate General of Shipping, the apex regulatory body overseeing the Indian shipping industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we reflect on our achievements and set sail towards a smarter, greener, and more secure maritime future. Since its establishment in 1949, DGS has been the backbone of India's maritime governance, from ensuring the safety and security of vessels to regulating the training and welfare of seafarers. It plays a crucial role in shaping the industry by implementing international conventions such as SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW, and MLC. DGS aligns India's shipping sector with global standards. Today, it is leading the way in promoting green shipping, digital transformation, and smart maritime solutions, ensuring efficiency and sustainability in operations. As India moves towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, DGS remains steadfast in its mission to drive innovation and compliance. The transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration marks a new era of maritime administration, bringing together multiple sectors under one unified authority. As India's maritime sector expands beyond shipping to encompass ports, shipbuilding, ship recycling, offshore operations, and inland waterways, an integrated governance approach will be implemented under the revised authority granted to the Directorate by the new Merchant Shipping Bill 2024. As maritime trade continues to grow, ensuring safety, security, and environmental protection is more important than ever. India ensures timely risk identification and mitigation in maritime security operations by leveraging training along with advanced monitoring and response mechanisms. Also, the Directorate collaborates with the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, other intergovernmental, international, regional, and non-governmental organizations to mitigate threats and other emergencies. For 75 years, the Directorate has played a pivotal role in shaping and regulating India's maritime sector. As we celebrate this historic milestone, we take a moment to reflect on our journey, engage with our stakeholders, and chart a course for the future. The 75th anniversary of DGS is not just a commemoration, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to a greener, smarter, and safer maritime industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we look ahead to the future. DGS is committed to digital transformation, green shipping, and global leadership in maritime governance. Our roadmap for Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kaal Vision 2047 aligns with India's ambition to become a maritime superpower. Join us as we shape the future of Indian shipping.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to India Maritime Week 2025 and to this special GMIS session on maritime human capital. Today's session will focus on a topic at the heart of maritime progress, people. As India steers toward its vision of becoming a global maritime leader, it is the strength of its workforce that will define its success. This morning, we will explore two panel discussions. First panel discussion will be on seafarers of the future, building a modern maritime workforce. The second panel discussion will be on the theme Charting Tomorrow, Talent, Technology, and Transformation in the Maritime Human Capital. Please join me to invite our moderator and panelists from the panel one. First, I invite our moderator, Captain M.P. Bhasin, on the stage, please. Captain Bhasin is a seasoned maritime leader with over 2 decades of experience, currently overseeing crewing and training operations at MSC Crewing Services India. He also serves as chairman of Company of Master Mariner of India and is a strong advocate of maritime sustainability. Give a big round of applause for Captain M.P. Bhasin. Our other esteemed panelists include Captain Sunil Chand Panigrahi, Director in Charge, Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, a maritime education leader who has shaped national training standards and policy reforms. Big round for Captain Panigrahi. Next we have Dr. Matthias Katten, Managing Director, German Maritime Center, Hamburg, a global thought leader on maritime policy and leadership with deep expertise in international collaboration. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Katten. Next we have Mr. Kaushik Seal, President, the Institute of Marine Engineers, a globally respected marine engineer with over 40 years of experience in ship operations, classification societies, and digital innovation. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Kaushik Seal. Next we have Mr. Sunil Nair, Assistant General Secretary, National Union of Seafarers of India, NUSI. He is a key advocate for maritime labor standards and has been representing India at ILO and IMO. So we warmly welcome you, Mr. Sunil Nair. Please give a big round of applause. I now invite our panelist and moderator from the panel 2. We have with us Captain S.M. Halbe, who will be the moderator for this distinguished panel. Captain Halbe brings over 4 decades of experience at sea and ashore, leading major shipping and crewing operations worldwide. As CEO of MASA, he has been instrumental in shaping maritime education and representing India at international forums like IMO. Please give a big round of applause for Captain Halbe. Joining him for the high-powered panel discussion, we have Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping, a veteran mariner and reformer who has driven key digital initiatives in ship registration and seafarer certification. Please give a big round of applause for Captain Azad. We have with us Mr. Minyong Jeong, Director, Korea International Cooperation Agency, a maritime professional from South Korea, advancing training systems and policy cooperation for regional workforce development. Warmly welcome, Mr. Jeong. Give a big round of applause, please. Next, we have Mr. P.K. Mishra, Managing Director, Indian Register of Shipping, a classification and maritime safety expert, who has represented India at IMO committees, bringing deep insight into evolving global safety standards. Please give a big round for Mr. P.K. Mishra. Next, we have Mr. Rajneesh Khandelwal, CEO, JM Bakshi and Company, a maritime and logistics leader with 30 years of experience across shipping, port operations, and sustainable supply chains. Please give a big round for Mr. Rajneesh Khandelwal. Next, we have Mr. Krishnan Subramaniam, International Vice Chairman, Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. He's a thought leader in maritime education and learning innovation with 4 decades of experience in logistics and training. Please welcome Mr. Krishnan Subramaniam. Next, we have Mr. Omar Sharif Al-Marzouki, Senior Vice President, People, DP World, who is a global human capital strategist overseeing workforce transformation and talent development across the Middle East and subcontinent. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Omar Sharif. One of our members for panel A, Mr. Sushil Mansingh Khopde, sir, Additional Director General of Shipping, will be joining us very shortly on the stage. We have here Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde, sir, Additional Director General of Shipping, a senior IPS officer who has been driving regulatory modernization and workforce excellence across India's maritime sector. Sir, we warmly welcome you to the panel discussion today at this Human Maritime Capital session. A big round of applause. Our chief guest today has arrived and he'll be coming on the dais very shortly. Meanwhile, I request everyone to please put their mobile phones on silent mode and do not roam around while the Honorable Minister will be arriving or addressing the gathering. Any moment, we will have our chief guest in the hall. I once again repeat the basic do's and don'ts that we request you to please adhere. Kindly be seated and remain seated in your chairs and sofas. Once the Honorable Minister arrives, please do not roam around or leave the hall before the Honorable Minister addresses the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our chief guest anytime soon. Our chief guest will be having a guard of honor from the young cadets representing the force of Indian maritime industry, our seafarers, for whom this entire session has been dedicated. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Honorable Union Minister of Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause. Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji. हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मंत्री जी डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी का हम हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं. Thank you, everyone. This special GMIS session is on maritime human capital. This session has been curated by the Shipping Corporation of India. Now I invite Captain B.K. Tyagi ji, Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India, to render the welcome address.
Namaskar. Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Respected Sri Paliwal ji, Chairman, Chennai Port. Respected Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary to the Government of India. Respected Sri Sushil ji, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, Government of India. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I welcome you on behalf of SCI and on behalf of the maritime industry. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders, representatives of international maritime bodies, faculty members, young cadets, maritime professionals, seafarers who are physically present now and who are connected with us virtually today. I welcome you all to this grand function, and it's my privilege to welcome all of you, all the dignitaries. This is the only session which is happening in hall number 6. Otherwise, all other sessions were happening in other halls. And this is the biggest hall of this venue. So this shows the importance, how our ministry is giving due importance to the seafarers and the human capital in the maritime. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you to this global session on maritime human capital, a forum that brings together the brightest minds and strongest voice shaping the future of our seafaring community and maritime professional worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an exciting moment for entire country and especially for maritime community. Yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister was here on this very same stage, and there were series of announcements. Today, if we say, actually the shipping and the maritime industry is going through the Amrit Kal. We are experiencing this and we are enjoying this. There is an exciting time ahead of us. It's a huge, huge opportunity for all of us, and especially the seafarer and all employed in the maritime industry. All the stakeholders, this is a lot of opportunity for all of us, and Government of India has put the ecosystem in the place. Various policies have been announced. Cabinet has approved policies worth nearly 70,000 crores. Now it is up to us, all seafarers, all maritime stakeholders, how to utilize these opportunities. Once again, I welcome Dr. Mansukh Mandviya-ji. He has spared valuable time. And he was mentioning us when we were meeting today morning. He was our ex-shipping minister. And still he tracked the shipping very closely. And this is very close to his heart. Always he guides us on this front. So ladies and gentlemen, without doing further delay, again I welcome all of you and I hand over the proceedings to the further next step. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of this session, and this full house is eager to hear the word of wisdom from our Honorable Minister and our dignitaries and panelists. Thank you, sir. Now, as a mark of appreciation and respect, we would like to felicitate our dignitaries on the dais. We are honored by the presence of our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya-ji, Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. I request Chairman and Managing Directors, ACI, to kindly felicitate our Honorable Minister, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya-ji. Please give a big round of applause. I request Chairman and Managing Director, ACI, to please felicitate Shri Sunil Paliwal-ji, Chairman, IPA and Chennai Port. A big round of applause for Sunil Paliwal-ji, IAS Chairman, IPA and Chennai Port. I request Chairman and Managing Director ACI to please felicitate Shri Shyam Jagannathan-ji, Director General of Shipping. Please give a big round of applause for our Director General of Shipping. I also request Chairman and Managing Director ACI to please felicitate Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde-ji, Additional Director General of Shipping. A big round of applause for our Additional Director General of Shipping. Today, we have Shri Shyam Jagannathan-ji, IAS Director General of Shipping with us. Sir, under your guidance, Directorate General of Shipping has been proactively addressing the industry challenges and reinforcing the regulatory frameworks, paving the way for a stronger and more sustainable future for the sector. May I now request our Director General of Shipping to share with us his perspective on Indian maritime industry. Could we also have the presentation on his screen? Request Director General of Shipping, sir, to please come on the desk. Please come on the mic and share us his views.
Namaskar. Shri Mansukh Mandviya ji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Labor and Employment, Youth and Sport Affairs, and also, more dearly for all of us, our former Minister for the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Sir, we warmly welcome you and thank you for being here. Each one of us is acutely aware of the exemplary leadership you showed during the very difficult time of COVID. At that time, the Honorable Minister led the entire ministry and ensured India's global supply lines and the lives of seafarers were safe and secure, and we did not have any major disruptions in the shipping activity. So we thank you and welcome you. I'm grateful for Shri Sunil Paliwal sir's presence here. As the Chairman IPA, today's entire organization of the India Maritime Week has rested solely on his shoulders, and we are grateful for this privilege and this platform provided. I also acknowledge the presence of a very illustrious colleague and esteemed leader, CMD Shipping Corporation of India, Captain Tyagi sir, who will now be leading what the Honorable Prime Minister sir announced yesterday as the complete turnaround with infusion of more than 425 vessels and 52 vessels to ensure India's energy security. I also seek to acknowledge a very eminent colleague, Shri Sunil Mansingh Khopade sir, the Additional Director General Shipping, Captain Azad, the Nautical Advisor, and all the maritime doyens and stalwarts on the stage, and all dignitaries and maritime leaders of the stage. I will be brief due to paucity of time. Please bear for another 10 minutes for this presentation. Seafarers are the crucial component of the maritime industry, the human capital. Yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister said, पूरे विश्व में कहीं भी सागर के तट पे आप जाइएगा तो आपको एक भारतीय नाविक वहाँ अवश्य मिलेगा. This is India's aspiration to contribute presently 12% of the global shipping pool to more than 20%, meaning out of every 4 seafarers on any vessel, 1 will be an Indian. And that is why the significance, as the CMD-SCI had said, of human capital, the first and foremost requirement for investment by the nation to build the strength of maritime leaders and ambassadors from India. Seafarers face a lot of challenges. It is a difficult career, isolation from home, difficult seas, working along with colleagues from different nationalities, different cultures, tight timelines. Vessels are asked to go faster. Turnaround time at the ports are more stringent. Carriage of goods is becoming more hazardous. Everything rests on safety and security, primarily on the human element, that is our seafarer. And it is not just the seafarers, it is also the people who are employed in this sector who support the onshore services and ensure that our seafarers contribute to their professional requirements. We are on the right step. If you look at the percentage increases, although it is less than 2% for women seafarers, however, seafarers as a whole have increased more than 200% in the last decade. We need to work on this much more if we need to contribute up to 25%. This is the Maritime India vision. There are 4 pillars: quality maritime training, on-board training opportunities, promotion of careers at sea. Every school child, every college-going young person should be aware what a challenging and wonderful career merchant navy is and how engaging the maritime domain is. Of course, seafarers need welfare because their families remain at home when they are there outside for 6 to 7 months on long-term contracts. They need security, and they should understand that the Indian Maritime Administration is committed to their welfare. The Maritime India vision says provide job opportunities both for onshore and for offshore sector. Privilege the Ministry of External Affairs, because please remember, shipping is an international industry and India has to offer competent and competitive seafarers. The Honorable Prime Minister, sir, has led from the front globally in reiterating the 5,000-year-old message of yoga. We are using सागर में योग. इसमें 10 तत्वों का समावेश है हमारे नाविकों के लिए. For their physical wellness, mental and emotional wellness, spiritual wellness, social wellness, financial wellness. This is going to be India's contribution to the world when we train and certify competent seafarers who have been engineered to be wonderfully strong and resilient human beings and professionals. These are the 10 components: physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, social, environmental, financial, occupational, cultural, and digital. Because in the maritime domain, technology is going to disrupt many developments. You will have autonomous vessels, you will have more of IT, and our seafarers need to be well trained. We are launching a learning management system on the Sagar Mein Yog and also training of master trainers. Sagar Mein Samman is for women seafarers. Our women should partner men and move with them step by step. As of now, less than 2% of the maritime domain has inclusive partnership by women. This number needs to increase. Gender inclusion is a very strong pitch that we are promoting from Indian Maritime Administration. We are formulating anti-harassment policies, zero tolerance for any manner of discrimination based on gender, corporate social responsibility to support this, benchmarking international practices, and leading globally as promoters of employment, safe, secure, and honorable employment, both on board and onshore. I will finish quickly. It is very important that we focus on competency of seafarers. India, unfortunately, today is more recognized as a nation which has more abandoned seafarers. These are harsh realities which are there in merchant shipping. We need to change that. We need to ensure that we send the best professionally trained, competent seafarers. That means we medically certify them, train them, certify them, examine them effectively. We are working on examination reforms. This, ladies and gentlemen, was introduced by the Honorable Minister, sir, as the Chief Guest today in the department during COVID, where physical movement was not allowed. It is now maturing and will be commissioned by February 2026 as the first global end-to-end complete certification system for Indian seafarers. The Indian Certificate of Competency will internationally be acknowledged as one of the best globally for seafaring. We also seek support from the industry on this very momentous occasion of the India Maritime Week, where we are redoing the technology platform of the maritime training module that the DG Shipping has, introducing smart tools like learning management system, web-based simulation, digitizing the training assessment record book, having disciplined central attendance system. Yesterday we had more than 3,000 cadets, the young cadets who are sitting at the last rows, participating in the Honorable Prime Minister's address, and they were so disciplined. This is all for you cadets, for your future, that India is investing. I am also using this occasion in the presence of the Honorable Minister to assure the Honorable Minister and the government that there will be complete transparency and zero tolerance for fraud. No more cheating, no more fraud for offer of jobs, for admissions in maritime training institutes, and this is something Directorate General of Shipping, with assistance from institutions like the Shipping Corporation of India, will further repeatedly to ensure there is no further harassment for placements and jobs. I also humbly request each participant here to go out as an ambassador and spread the good word that Merchant Navy is one of the best career options. It is an honorable profession which requires competency and skill, and it changes your life forever as one who is a critical supporter of the global supply chains. I will conclude in stating that we are focusing on the quality of Indian seafarers. And now, lastly, about the hosts, the Shipping Corporation of India. India has an energy crisis. We import crude. 85% of our imports of crude come from abroad. We depend on foreign flags. When you have issues like the Houthi rebels in the Middle East, you have blockage of the Suez Canal, your foreign flags often are hesitant to take up contracts. That impinges on the energy security of the country. Yesterday, with the Honorable Prime Minister's announcement of the 5-year business plan and major fleet acquisition by the Shipping Corporation of India, they will be the lead institution manning vessels, managing vessels, ensuring India's energy security, and also showcasing to the world that Indian seafarers are the very best. I am grateful for this opportunity and privilege. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful presentation and highlighting the important initiatives of DG Shipping, especially the digital transformation and governance. We have with us today Shri Sunil Paliwalji, Chairman IPA and Chennai Port. We can see his perfection in planning and execution by this India Maritime Week 2025. Sir is the architect of this event, and it is under his able leadership for the first time Chennai and Kamarajar Port have crossed a tonnage of 100 millions MMT in 2024-25. His leadership inspires great optimism for the continued growth and development of Indian shipping and ports ecosystem. We are honored to have you, sir, and now I invite you to kindly address the gathering. Mr. Sunip Paliwal, sir, IAS, Chairman IPA.
Good morning, Suprabhat. The Honorable Minister of Labour, Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, sir. The Director General of Shipping, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan. The Chairman and Managing Director of Shipping Corporation of India, Captain B.K. Tyagi, distinguished panel members of various sessions which are being conducted here today, maritime professionals, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to be a part of this session on maritime human capital, which is being curated by Shipping Corporation of India. My happiness and pleasure is double. The first reason being, if we have to reach the goals for the maritime sector which have been set by our Honorable Prime Minister in Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, then development of human capital will play a very key role in our movement, our progress in that direction. The second reason of my happiness being a part of this session is, it is being chaired by Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, sir, who has spent a long time in our ministry. This subject is very close to his heart, and despite moving on to taking care of the health ministry at the critical juncture of COVID, and after that moving to the Ministry of Labour, Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, when India, under the able leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, is looking forward to increasing its footprint in the sports world across the entire earth. This subject remains close to his heart, and along with our Honorable Union Minister Sarbanand Sonowal, sir, he continues to guide us in how we can move forward in that direction. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this session and giving me an opportunity for being part of this such an important session in the India Maritime Week 2025. As we all know, India aims to be among the top 10 nations of the world tonnage-wise by 2030. As an objective, as a goal in Maritime Amrit Kal Vision, we aim to be among top 5 nations by 2047 when we complete 100 years of our independence. The goal is clear. The direction is clear. As important stakeholders, it is our responsibility to do our best to move in that direction. With that in mind, government has approved a comprehensive package to revitalize India's shipbuilding and maritime ecosystem through a four-pillar approach, which is designed to strengthen domestic capacity, improve long-term financing, promote greenfield and brownfield shipyard development, enhance technical capabilities and skilling, and implement legal, taxation, and policy reforms to create a robust maritime infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, our vision, the goals set by Honorable Prime Minister cannot be realized just by creating infrastructure alone. It is important. That's the first requirement, that we have the requisite infrastructure. But at the same time, human capital will be the cornerstone of our maritime ambition. This is a time when maritime industry is undergoing a rapid transformation. Automation, digitalization, and green shipping are redefining the skills that are required. This is also a time the world is facing a shortage of trained seafarers, and International Chamber of Shipping has estimated that there could be a shortfall of nearly 90,000 officers by 2030. Our nation is already supplying 12% of the world's seafarers. This is not just a figure. This is not just a statistics. When 11 years ago, we were only contributing hardly 3 to 5% of the seafarers, we have achieved a significant growth in last 11 years, and today we are supplying 12%. But we are not resting on our laurels. We have a clear goal in mind where by 2030 we would like to supply at least 20% of the world's seafarers. And we are confident that with the policy framework which has been laid by the government and with support from all the stakeholders, there is no doubt that we will be able to achieve that. As I mentioned, things are evolving, things change. The only thing that is constant is change. And accordingly, we need to do certain things so that we are up to date with the evolving technologies and evolving requirements. In that direction, we have taken steps to modernize maritime education and training by upgrading the curricula. Quality and standards of maritime training are being strengthened, and a very important aspect that the collaboration between the industry and academia is being deepened, being strengthened, so that our training programs are aligned with operational realities and the requirement of the industry. For this purpose, we are facilitating exchange between faculty and maritime professionals so that we bridge the gap between theory and practice. At the same time, as mentioned by our Director General of Shipping, we need a human-centric approach. While we need to upgrade the technical skills, the operational skills that are required for the human capital, at the same time, we need to prioritize their mental well-being, career progression, so that we can have long-term retention of talent within the sector. Many steps that were already outlined in that direction, and I am confident that during the sessions also there will be a detailed discussion on these aspects. The first panel discussion, it focuses on what the future maritime workforce needs, and it will be examining the evolving competencies like digital literacy, alternative fuels expertise, and sustainability awareness alongside cultural and institutional enablers for seafarers' well-being and career longevity. The subsequent panel discussion will address how to scale and sustain this transformation across the entire maritime and logistics ecosystem. I congratulate Director General of Shipping and Shipping Corporation of India for having and curating this session where we can gather holistic views from various stakeholders of the industry to ensure that required regulatory frameworks can be provided and accelerated for necessary support to meet our objectives as a nation. I once again thank our Honorable Minister for Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India for sparing his valuable time, coming all the way from Delhi to guide us, to motivate us, and to take us further on in the direction where we definitely will become a great, important maritime nation, rightly occupying our place in the top 5 maritime nations of the world. Let us all come together, work together, and ensure that the objectives, the goals which have been set by our Honorable Prime Minister, who was here with us yesterday, and he shared his long-term vision with us, where he stated that India can be a lighthouse for the entire maritime sector. Let us work in that direction, and I'm sure that the public sector and the private sector, the training institutions, academia and industry will work together in that direction. I thank the curators of this particular session, DG Shipping and Shipping Corporation of India, for giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all the very best during these 2 sessions where we will exchange ideas, exchange information, and exchange our experiences for the betterment of this entire sector. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address and sharing the ministry's vision and leadership in advancing India's maritime growth. Today's session on maritime human capital will become more special as we are going to honor India's pioneering women in the maritime sector. These women are pathbreakers who have shown that ocean knows no gender. We request our chief guest to felicitate these women for their achievement. Please join us in felicitating Madam Suniti Bala. Madam Suniti Bala, she is the first Indian woman to serve as Chief Engineer and also the nation's first extra first-class Chief Engineer. Her career extended ashore as India's first lady marine surveyor and continues to inspire a more inclusive and forward-looking maritime community. Please give her a big round of applause. Madam Suniti Bala. Our next achiever is pilot Reshma Nilofer Visalakshi. She holds the unique distinction of being India's first and only woman marine pilot, expertly navigating ships in and out at locations like Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata. She is also the recipient of highest civilian award for women, Nari Shakti Puraskar from the President of India in 2018. Gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Pilot Reshma Nilofer Visalakshi. Our next achiever is the first Lady Marine Engineer, Sonali Banerjee. She is the first lady in the history of Indian Mercantile Marine to be awarded with the license of Chief Engineer. She is currently serving as Principal Surveyor at Indian Register of Shipping and is a devoted advocate of gender equality and diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Marine Engineer Sonali Banerjee. And now we call upon first woman naval architect, Parvati Rajalakshmi, a naval architect with nearly 4 decades of experience across shipyards, design consultancy, and classification societies. She has worked with Hindustan Shipyard and Indian Register of Shipping. She has established a lasting legacy in the naval architecture. Please put your hands together for naval architect Parvati Rajalakshmi. We miss Captain Radhika Menon today, who was to be here, but she is currently on the ship and couldn't attend the session. And now, we would like to felicitate Captain J.C. Anand, a national visionary and institutional builder, a recipient of India's highest maritime honor, the Varuna Award, Chairman Emeritus, Indian Register of Shipping, and Commodore Sea Cadet Scott. Captain J.C. Anand is a true champion of Indian self-reliance and played a pivotal role in IRS getting the full member status at the elite International Association of Classification Societies. He is the founder member of esteemed Company of Master Mariners of India and has been recognized globally by international bodies like Lloyd List and Sea Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a standing ovation and a big round of applause for Captain J.C. Anand for his lifelong contribution to India's maritime growth. I request the women achievers to please have a group photograph with the dignitaries on dais. Please give again a big round of applause for all the women achiever and Captain J.C. Anand. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a significant moment in the today's session, the signing and exchange of Memorandum of Understandings. That will mark a major step forward in strengthening cooperation under the theme of maritime human capital. I would like to invite representatives from IPRCL and National Maritime Heritage Complex to come forward on the dais for the formal exchange of MOU. Indian Port, Rail and Ropeway Corporation Limited and National Maritime Heritage Complex. This MOU is for development of NMHC Phase 1B staff housing and Bagicha Circle and is worth 1,933 crores. Please give a big round of applause. I would now request representatives from Indian Maritime University and Inland Waterways Authority of India to come forward for the formal exchange of MOUs. Sir, we have one representative from Inland Waterways Authority of India. Okay, sir. From Indian Maritime University, we are expecting the representative. It's Mumbai and it's huge traffic, so you can always expect a little delay. But yes, this MOU is for comprehensive skill development and capacity building initiatives for inland waterways transport sector. Well, we will ask the Indian Maritime University representative to display the MOU. This MOU is worth 500 crore. Thank you, sir. Hope this moment of partnership and collaboration will further strengthen India's maritime human capital ecosystem. So I request you please take the seat, sir. We have a moon among the stars today. We are privileged to have our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Honorable Union Minister of Labour and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Sir has earlier served as Honorable Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways and was instrumental in laying the foundation of maritime growth that we are witnessing today. Sir, thank you for that. He has also held key portfolios of Union Minister for Chemical and Fertilizers and Health and Family Welfare. And this was during the challenging pandemic times. Sir, आपकी लीडरशिप में देश ने न खुद को सिर्फ वैक्सीनेट किया बल्कि इंडिया को एक एक्सपोर्टर बनाया और हमने वैक्सीनेशन भेजकर दूसरे देशों को उनकी मदद की. From self-reliance, we became an exporter. As the Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, he has championed landmark initiatives. The multilingual e-shram platform for unorganized workers, Mera Yuva Bharat, My Yuva Bharat platform to empower youth for the nation building, and recently launched simplified EPF withdrawal system has definitely created a landmark achievement in the sector of labor and employment. Under his guidance, India has been globally recognized with the Outstanding Achievement in Social Security Award 2025 from the International Social Security Association. He is a true visionary and reformer. Sir, we are deeply honored to invite our chief guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, to kindly address and enlighten us with his thoughts. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports.
इंडियन मैरीटाइम वीक 2025 के अंतर्गत मैरीटाइम वुमेन कैपिटल के आज के सेशन में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित चेन्नई पोर्ट के चेयरमैन सुनील पालीवाल जी, शिपिंग कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के सीएमडी त्यागी जी, डीजी शिपिंग श्याम जगन्नाथ जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी पैनलिस्ट, उपस्थित प्यारे भाई एवं बहनें, मुझे आज खुशी है कि इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक 2025 के अवसर पर मुझे उपस्थित रहने का मौका मिला। दोस्तों, मुझे याद है जब 2016 में इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक हम मना रहे थे, कई विषय उसमें आइडेंटिफाई करे थे और जैसे आज मैं आपके बीच में बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ, उस वक्त हमारा प्रयास था, पहला प्रयास था, और मेरे सामने 200-250 लोग बैठे थे। आज 2000 लोगों के सामने मैं मेरा वक्तव्य दे रहा हूँ। उसका मतलब है कि देश में मैरीटाइम सेक्टर बदल रहा है, देश में मैरीटाइम सेक्टर आगे बढ़ रहा है और मोदी जी के विजन के अनुसार विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके हम देश का भविष्य गढ़ रहे हैं। दोस्तों, कोई भी व्यक्ति, समाज या संस्था अपने इतिहास को भूल जाते हैं तो उसका भविष्य अनिश्चित हो जाता है। मैरीटाइम सेक्टर ये भारत का एक सुनहरा इतिहास है। और दोस्तों, मैरीटाइम सेक्टर कोई स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट नहीं होता है, कोई नेशन का सब्जेक्ट नहीं होता है। मैरीटाइम सब्जेक्ट और मैरीटाइम सेक्टर एक ग्लोबल सेक्टर है। आज से नहीं, सदियों से, अभी श्याम जी अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में बता रहे थे कि दुनिया का 90% ट्रेड थ्रू मैरीटाइम होता है, थ्रू सी होता है। दोस्तों, आज से नहीं, सदियों से दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड इस समुद्र से ही होता था और 5000 साल का इतिहास तो हमारे सामने साक्ष्य के रूप में खड़ा है। दुनिया का 5000 साल पुराना डॉक आज दुनिया में कोई भी जगह पे विद्यमान हो तो ये लोथल में है। इसलिए ही यहां हम जब नेशनल हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स के लिए एमओयू कर रहे थे, दोस्तों, एक सुनहरा इतिहास के गवाह है कि मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में इंडिया कितना डेवलप्ड था। मैरीटाइम सेक्टर एक जॉब की बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ए ह्यूमन मैरीटाइम ह्यूमन कैपिटल, आज जिस विषय को लेकर हम बात कर रहे हैं वो सदियों तक इस देश में ह्यूमन कैपिटल के रूप में मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में इंडिया की भूमिका रही है। इंडिया में सी फेरर कोई आज का विषय नहीं है, लेकिन एक समय ऐसा आया जिस समय ने हमारा इतिहास से हमको अलग करा। और जब हमारा इतिहास से हम छूट जाते हैं, हमारी विरासत से हम छूट जाते हैं, तो इस सेक्टर में हमारा ज्ञान लुप्त हो जाता है। दोस्तों, इस देश में जब अंग्रेज शासन आया और ये अंग्रेज शासन के दरमियान आज भी आप किसी को लंदन के मैरीटाइम म्यूजियम में जाने का अवसर मिले तो वहां 1880 में बना हुआ भारतीय शिप बिल्डर ने बनाया हुआ, और ये भी नेवी के लिए बनाया हुआ शिप, जिसकी सर्विस 80 इयर्स तक, आज हम कहते हैं कि शिपिंग लाइन में कोई शिप जाती है बन के, उसकी आयुष्य 20 से 25 इयर्स होती है। ये जमाना में इंडिया ब्रिटिश रॉयल नेवी में 80 इयर्स काम करके रिटायर हुआ शिप, इंडियन शिप बिल्डर ने बनाया हुआ शिप, आज ब्रिटेन के म्यूजियम में वैसा है। कभी किसी को लंदन जाने का अवसर मिले और मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में रुचि आप रखते हो तो जब वहां जाके देखेंगे तब आप प्राउड फील करेंगे कि हमारे देश में कितना ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज, स्किल मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में थी। आज हम शिप बिल्डिंग करते हैं, या शिप बिल्डिंग के एक इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट करने के लिए मोदी जी ने बहुत बड़ा एफर्ट लिया। वो हमारी विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके करा है। हमें विकसित भारत की ओर आगे बढ़ना है, तो विकसित भारत की ओर आगे बढ़ने के लिए हमें हमारी विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके हमारा रास्ता तय करना है। और दोस्तों, ये देश है जब 18वीं शताब्दी में शिप बिल्डिंग में हम इतना आगे थे, शिप डिजाइन भी यहां होती थी, शिप बिल्डिंग भी यहां होती थी। आप अभी किसी को शिप बिल्डिंग करना है तो पहले कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन होता है और ऑर्डर के आधार पर शिप बिल्डिंग होता है। दोस्तों, ये समय हिंदुस्तान में था। यहां सूरत में हमारे वाडिया फैमिली थे, वो शिप बिल्डिंग करते थे और शिप बिल्डिंग करके वहां तैयार शिप होते थे। जब मॉनसून खत्म होता था तो दुनिया के ट्रेडर्स यहां शिप को खरीदने के लिए आते थे। 100-200 शिप वहां रेडीमेड तैयार होता था। लार्ज स्केल में शिप बिल्डिंग करके तैयार रखने की स्किल दोस्तों इस देश में थी। लेकिन जब अंग्रेज ने देखा कि भारत में इस तरह से शिप बिल्डिंग होता रहेगा तो हमारा बिजनेस नहीं चलेगा, हमारी शिपिंग कंपनी को नुकसान होगा, और इसलिए उन्होंने 19वीं शताब्दी के शुरुआत में देश में शिप बिल्डिंग पर रोक लगाई। और किसी को भी शिप खरीदना है तो उसको ब्रिटिश शिप बिल्डिंग कंपनी के द्वारा बनाया हुआ शिप को ही प्रोक्योर करना होगा, खरीदना होगा। तब ये हमारी ट्रेडिशनल स्किल को थोड़ा धक्का पहुंचा, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये नहीं है दोस्तों, ये देश में क्षमता का कभी अभाव नहीं था। देश बहुत सामर्थ्यवान देश है। ये देश में ब्रेन पावर और मैन पावर, ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज एंड टैलेंट ट्रेडिशनल अवेलेबल है, और दुनिया ने उसका पर्चा देखा है, दुनिया ने उसका अनुभव करा है। दुनिया के पास जब मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में ज्ञान का बहुत अभाव था, दोस्तों मैं मैरीटाइम सेक्टर का अभ्यासु व्यक्ति हूं, मेरा रुचि का विषय है। मैंने डिटेल अध्ययन में 8 साल तक भारत सरकार का स्टेट और इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज शिपिंग मिनिस्टर रहा हूं। मैंने इस विषय पर बहुत गहन अध्ययन करा है। ये देश में शिपिंग सेक्टर में, मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में इतना ज्ञान था। दोस्तों इस देश में हम कहते हैं कि वास्को द गामा ने इंडिया का मैरीटाइम रूट का रिसर्च करा, सर्च करा। जी नहीं, वास्को द गामा तो कैप ऑफ गुड होप आए थे, लेकिन ये जमाने में 18वीं शताब्दी में और 18वीं शताब्दी के पहले से इंडियन सीफेयर उस वक्त शायद होका यंत्र नहीं था। इस वक्त आज के जमाने में जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी थे वो नहीं थी, लेकिन ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज था। इंडिया टू मडागास्कर से होके कैप ऑफ गुड होप अफ्रीका तक और सारे ईस्टर्न कोस्ट तक इंडियन सीफेयर और इंडियन ट्रेडर्स वाया सी ट्रेड करते थे। और गुजरात, माई सेल्फ बिलोंग फ्रॉम गुजरात, गुजरात के वालम सीफेयरर्स वास्को द गामा को इंडिया आने का रास्ता दिखाया था, उसको कैप ऑफ गुड होप में मिला था। ये नॉलेज इंडिया में था। और दोस्तों, आप एक बार किसी को अवसर मिले तो मोदी जी ने वालम की पोथी का ट्रांसलेशन करवाया है। ये वालम की पोथी क्या थी? ये मालम कम्युनिटी, कच्छ की मालम कम्युनिटी उस वक्त सी फेरर के रूप में सारे देश में और सारे दुनिया में जानी जाती थी। दुनिया के सी फेरर संबंधित, मैरीटाइम रूट संबंधित इंफॉर्मेशन और गाइडेंस लेने के लिए, अध्ययन करने के लिए, कैसे मुझे सी फेरर के रूप में समुद्र में जाना है, आज हम इंस्टीट्यूशन के रूप में मैरीटाइम का अध्ययन कराते थे। और उस वक्त दुनिया ये मालम कम्युनिटी से सी फेरर का ज्ञान लेने के लिए, सी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए, सी रूट के लिए अध्ययन करने के लिए कच्छ आया करते थे। और ये मालम और उनकी पोथी में दोस्तों उस वक्त स्टार को देख के, होका यंत्र स्टार था, स्टार को देख के कब समय में कैसा वेदर, कैसी स्थिति, चिड़िया का कैसा आवाज, कैसा विंड्स फ्लो, कैसे समुद्र में उठते हुए तरंग, उसके आधार पर कब निकलना, कब पहुंचना। और दोस्तों उस वक्त हम ईस्ट अफ्रीका, पैसिफिक आइलैंड कंट्री और यूरोप के साथ ट्रेड करते थे। दोस्तों ये हमारा सामर्थ्य है, ये हमारा सामर्थ्य था। और उस वक्त दुनिया हमसे मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में ज्ञान लेते थे। और उसका सबूत आज अहमदाबाद में जाके देखे, मस्कती मार्केट अहमदाबाद में आज भी कपड़े का मार्केट, टेक्सटाइल मार्केट, उसको मस्कती मार्केट बोलते हैं। उस वक्त मस्कत टू इंडियन ओशन टू गल्फ ऑफ कैम्बे टू इनलैंड वाटरवेज साबरमती टू अहमदाबाद से हमारा ट्रेड चलता था। आज आप कोई भी ओमान जाके देखो तो ओमान में सलाया स्ट्रीट है। सलाया स्ट्रीट इसलिए है कि सलाया गुजरात में एक छोटा सा पोर्ट है, आज भी है। सलाया से वहाँ ट्रेड चलता था और इसलिए वहाँ सलाया स्ट्रीट। दारुसलाम में जाओ, ओखा स्ट्रीट है। ओखा हमारा वेस्ट कोस्ट पर गुजरात में आया हुआ छोटा सा पोर्ट है। दोस्तों वैसे ही पैसिफिक आइलैंड कंट्री में हमारे ईस्ट कोस्ट से ट्रेड चलता था, नहीं केवल ट्रेड। और इसलिए हमारा समुद्र तट हमारे लिए केवल दोस्तों देश का किनारा नहीं है, एक और दूसरे सभ्यता का जोड़ने का केंद्र है। हमारी कोस्टल लाइन, वहां पर ये देश का अंत नहीं होता है, वहां से देश का ट्रेड चालू होता है। एक दूसरे देश के साथ ट्रेड करने का केंद्र है, एक दूसरे सभ्यता और कल्चर को एक्सचेंज करने का माध्यम है। और इसीलिए ही दोस्तों जिस देश ने समुद्र पर राज करा है, इस देश ने दुनिया पर राज करा है। एक समय था हिंद महासागर, इंडियन ओशन, हिंदुस्तान के नाम से हिंद महासागर पड़ा। और जब मध्यकालीन युग के बाद जब अंग्रेजों ने समुद्र पर कब्जा करा, तब अंग्रेजों ने 53 कंट्री में राज करा। दोस्तों हम 2047 के विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। फिर से हमें हमारी विरासत से प्रेरणा लेकर डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है, विकसित भारत बनना है। और ये विकसित भारत बनना है तो फिर से हमें समुद्री मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को उजागर करना होगा। जब कोई व्यक्ति को अपनी ताकत पता लग जाती है ना, तब व्यक्ति कमाल कर देता है। हमें हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी ताकत, हमारी क्षमता को परिचय करवाना है। और इसलिए ही हम मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को मोदी जी प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में हमारी ताकत का प्रतीक क्या हो, हर व्यक्ति मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को समझे और हमारी सभ्यता, हमारा इतिहास, हमारी क्षमता, हमारा सामर्थ्य मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में कैसा था, वो हमें भी समझना है, हमें भी देखना है और दुनिया को भी दिखाना है। और इसलिए लोथल में मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स आकार हो रहा है। और जब 2019 में मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स का विचार हम कर रहे थे और एक प्रेजेंटेशन लेके प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने गए थे और हमने प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने विषय रखा कि मोदी जी, हम देश का मैरीटाइम इतिहास को दुनिया के सामने बताना चाहते हैं, हमारा ट्रेडिशनल मैरीटाइम नॉलेज दुनिया के सामने उजागर करना चाहते हैं और हमारे देश को दिखाना चाहते हैं कि जब हम मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं तो हमारा सामर्थ्य क्या था। उसमें से मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स निकला। मोदी जी ने उस वक्त मुझे कहा था कि हमने एग्जीबिशन तो बहुत बनाए, आप म्यूजियम बनाना चाहते हो तो म्यूजियम एग्जीबिशन टाइप का ना बने, लेकिन एक्सपीरियंस लर्निंग टाइप का बने। और उस वक्त बहुत एक्सरसाइज करके हमने मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स का कंसेप्ट तैयार करा था। देश में इंडस सिविलाइजेशन की सभ्यता पर काम करने वाले सभी एक्सपर्ट लोगों को हमने एंगेज करा, उसके साथ बातचीत करी। दोस्तों, इस देश में मोहेंजोदड़ो पिक्चर बना था और आशुतोष गोवारिकर ने पिक्चर बनाया था और उनके लिए उन्होंने सेट बनाया था मोहेंजोदड़ो के लिए। उन्होंने 100-125 करोड़ रुपया खर्च करा था। मैंने आशुतोष गोवारिकर जी को मिला, मैंने कहा कि आपको 5 साल के बाद लोथल पर और इंडियन मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री पर पिक्चर बनाना हो उस वक्त आपको सेट बनाना ना पड़े, ऐसा मेरा हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स होना चाहिए जिसमें एक्सपीरियंस हो। और दोस्तों, ये मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स आज आकार ले रहा है। पिछले 1 महीने पहले मोदी जी ने प्रत्यक्ष लोथल जाके मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स जो बन रहा है उसका रिव्यू करा। और दोस्तों, 2-3 साल के बाद वो बन के तैयार होगा ना, तब जब आप मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स की विजिट करेंगे तो आप जब एंट्री करेंगे तो आप 5000 साल पुराना नागरिक बन जाएंगे, व्यक्ति बन जाएंगे। अंदर आप एंट्री करेंगे तो आपका वियर्स 5000 साल पुराना होगा। आप वहां कुछ खरीदेंगे तो आपके लिए करेंसी जो लोथल के समय में यूज होती थी वही 5000 साल पुरानी करेंसी का यूज करना होगा। आप वहां कुछ चीज खरीदने के लिए जाएंगे तो ट्रेडर्स बैठे होंगे, वो 5000 साल पहले ये लोथल कैसा था वैसा लोथल वहां रिक्रिएट करा जाएगा। और ये लोथल में ट्रेडर्स जिस तरह से बैठ के बिजनेस करते थे वहां आप रुकेंगे तो आपकी होटल का लुक भी 5000 साल पहले लोथल में जैसा होटल का लुक था वैसा ही होगा दोस्तों। ये और वहां देश के सभी स्टेट में अपना अपना मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री है, उसको उजागर करा जाएगा। जब दुनिया आके देखेगी तब उसको पता चलेगा कि हमें मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में ज्ञान लेना है। तो मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स में चल रही मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज इंस्टीट्यूट में जाके इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम इंस्टीट्यूट का नॉलेज यहां प्राप्त होगा। दोस्तों, इस लेवल पर हम मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को ले जाना चाहते हैं। ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी ह्यूमन कैपिटल के रूप में हमें एनकेज करना है। आज देश के 7000 से अधिक किलोमीटर के समुद्र तट पर हमारे ट्रेडिशनल सी फेरर, दोस्तों ट्रेडिशनल हमारे फिशरमैन हमारा ट्रेडिशनल सी फेरर है, उसकी स्किल का ट्रेडिशनल स्किल का उपयोग करके हमें जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी में कन्वर्ट करना है। हमारा ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज शिप डिजाइनिंग, शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयरिंग उसमें करने के लिए अभी भावनगर में एक बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम आयोजित हुआ था। उसमें एक स्कीम के रूप में आप शिप डिजाइन करें उसको भी सपोर्ट, इंसेंटिव, ग्रीनफील्ड शिप बिल्डिंग यार्ड बनाने के लिए भी फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट, शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए भी फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट, और शिप बिल्डिंग करके इंडियन शिप ओनर खरीदे उसको भी सपोर्ट, और कार्गो इंडियन फ्लैगशिप में यूज करने के लिए भी फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट के प्रावधान करे गए हैं, ताकि देश में पुनः एक मैरीटाइम इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट हो। और ये सब जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अहम भूमिका अदा करता है। दोस्तों, मैं बहुत स्पष्ट मानता हूं, एक बार डिमांड क्रिएट होगी ना, तो ये देश की सामर्थ्यता है, ये देश के युवा की क्षमता है। स्किलिंग प्राइवेट सेक्टर के द्वारा, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर के द्वारा एक इकोसिस्टम का पार्ट बन जाएगी। स्किलिंग और ट्रेडिशनल स्किलिंग का उपयोग करके हम देश के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नॉट ओनली फॉर कंट्री बट दुनिया के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज के रूप में हम दुनिया को मदद कर सकते हैं। वर्तमान समय में मैं दुनिया के साथ बात करता हूं तो पता चलता है दोस्तों, में कोविड क्राइसिस के दरमियान सारी दुनिया के साथ मैंने बात करी है, दुनिया की स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेस मैंने नजदीक से देखी है। मैं भारत का रिप्रेजेंटेशन और वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में कई बार कर चुका हूं। दुनिया का एक्सपोजर और दुनिया की सिचुएशंस को मैं समझता हूं, और इसलिए दोस्तों मेरा पक्का विश्वास है आने वाले दिन भारत के दिन है। आने वाला समय दोस्तों हमारा समय है। आने वाली अपॉर्चुनिटी, ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटी इंडिया के लिए है, क्योंकि यहां ब्रेन पावर भी है, मैन पावर भी है, यूथ भी है, टैलेंट भी है। आज दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश भारत है, और भारत की 35% पॉपुलेशन यंग पॉपुलेशन है। और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी को एनकेज करने के लिए आज इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक के माध्यम से हम मिले हैं। ये माध्यम आने वाले दिनों में मैरीटाइम ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज कैपिटल के रूप में हमारी शक्ति दुनिया पहचानेंगे। मुझे ब्रीफ करा गया दुनिया की बहुत बड़ी बड़ी शिपिंग कंपनी, शिप बिल्डिंग कंपनी, शिपिंग लाइन, शिप रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्रीज यहां उपस्थित है। वो इंडिया की क्षमता और इंडिया की अपॉर्चुनिटी को मैप करेंगे, और आने वाले दिनों में हमारी क्षमता और हमारी अपॉर्चुनिटी को एनकेज करने के लिए मैं मानता हूं कि इस मैरीटाइम वीक हमें बहुत उपयोगी होगा। आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ उपस्थित रहे हैं, ये स्वयं बताते हैं कि देश का मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में रुचि रखने वाले लोग, उसको समझने वाले लोग आज देश में बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। ये हमारा सुनहरा भविष्य और मोदी जी के विजन का भारत निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा करेगा। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर, अपने शब्दों और विचारों से हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए। Once again, I request to give a big round of applause to our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji. Now we will come to the next segment of our session. That will be the panel discussion. The first panel discussion is on the theme Seafarers of the Future, Building a Modern Maritime Workforce. I request the panelists to be seated. I also request the audience to be please seated. We'll start with the panel discussion now. So we'll start with the first panel discussion on the theme Seafarers of the Future, Building a Modern Maritime Workforce. The maritime industry is at a turning point where technology, sustainability, and operational complexity are redefining what it means to be competent at sea. This discussion will explore the skills and capabilities tomorrow's seafarers must develop. This session is going to be really important for our young cadets. The panel discussion also examines how institutions, regulators, and industry can work together to create a workforce that is not only technically prepared, but also supported by systems that ensure sustainability. Today's conversation is about shaping human capital as a strategic asset for India's maritime future. I would now hand over to our moderator for the first panel discussion, Captain M.P. Bhasin, Managing Director, MSc Crewing Services, along with our esteemed panelist, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde sir, Additional Director General of Shipping, Captain Sunil Chand Panigrahi, Director in charge, Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, Mr. Matthias Katten, Managing Director, German Maritime Center Hamburg, Mr. Kaushik Seal, President, the Institute of Marine Engineers, Mr. Sunil Nair, Assistant General Secretary, National Union of Seafarers of India. Over to you, Captain Bhasin, sir.
Hello. Check. Hello. Yeah, good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, our Honorable Minister, Shri Mansukh Mandviya ji, Shri Paliwal ji, Chairman, IPA, Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, CMD SCI, Captain B.K. Tyagi, my fellow panelists, dignitaries of the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I have already been told we are running behind the time. But we are going to have a panel discussion which is going to be constructive. I must say, this session on the seafarers has been allotted the longest, biggest hall, as Captain Tyagi already said, because the ministry themselves felt that this is one thing we need to address collectively. I will be taking you on the two components of this session. One is competency evolution, what is skills tomorrow, and enablers and culture, how we build the workforce. On the first session, the maritime industry stands at an inflection point where digital technologies, decarbonization, mandates, and operational complexity are covering to fundamentally reshape what it means to be competent at sea. So I will start going to our first panelist, Captain S. Panigrai from the Indian Maritime University. Sir, the question to you, as someone from one of the Indian Maritime Education Institute, IMU, and we have SCI and many others, from your perspective, what are the 3 or 4 most critical competency areas where maritime education must evolve to prepare seafarers for the vessel over the next 10 to 2 years, 20 to 20 years? Captain Panigrai.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to all. Good morning, Chief Guest and our DG Shipping, Panigrai sir, Additional DG, Captain Azad, The first question is for next 10 to 20 years, what kind of competency we need to have for the seafarers so that it will be help to have the better maritime future capital for the seafarers' point of view. My first point will be digitization, digital competence, which has to go beyond basic computer literacy and needs data analytics. We have to add data analytics, which is a very important topic. Second part is integrated management system, rather than isolated functional knowledge. Third, what I feel we can consider with respect to energy management and alternate fuel competencies in view of the newer ships, which is using liquefied natural gas, hydrogen, methanol, and propulsion system, which is also hybrid propulsion system for the newer ships. At the last, I would like to tell environmental compliance and sustainability literacy is very important. The challenges for this, what we face with respect to curriculum. When we prepare a curriculum as a training institutes, by the time the curriculum is implementation with the timeline, we find a lot of changes taken place within few months in view of the faster technology change. Therefore, we lag behind the requirement of the industry and the training delivery. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Captain Panigray. You have outlined the competency from the institute point of view. Now I'd like to move on to Dr. Matthias. You represent German Maritime Institution. One very pertinent question, as somebody from the maritime workforce development, what one of the core competencies should Indian seafarer prioritize over the next decade?
Thank you very much, Captain Basin. And let me first say something else. I was very, very pleased to learn earlier that of all the sessions that have been held here at the India Maritime Week, the one where we talk about seafarers and we talk about the human side of the industry is the largest one. And that actually made me very happy, because I sometimes feel that we too often talk about the hardware, we talk about the ships, we talk about the machinery, we talk about the technology, and we sometimes forget the human part that is extremely important. And those men and women who endure hardship, they're away from home for weeks and months at time. So I'm very pleased that this is actually the largest session that we're having here at this conference. Now, to your question, I couldn't agree more with what Captain Panigray has said earlier, is that there are fundamental changes that are happening. When we look at artificial intelligence, that is changing fundamentally how we operate. That is not unique to our industry, it's not unique to seafarers, that affects almost everyone. When we look at seafarers, however, there are some unique challenges. In the future, and I see many cadets sitting here in the back, in the future we will expect our seafarers to be as much IT experts as they are engineers, as much IT experts as they are nautical officers. And what is special, of course, about this industry is that, unlike many others, when you're on a ship, if something goes wrong with IT or with technology in general, you cannot just stop the engines, park the ship, and wait for support to come. So you are essentially on your own for most of the journey, and that means that we have to equip seafarers with enough skills to be able to handle situations accordingly. And now, no one will expect seafarers to become data scientists, being able to program, develop large language models, for example. What you have to have is a thorough understanding of the basic principles of IT, how they operate, what they can do for you, and especially when it comes to artificial intelligence, also to understand what to watch out for and when the AI may be wrong and what you have to do in order to override the system and take control. Because no matter how fast the advances are in almost every area, that we're talking about here, the human in the loop, will always remain there. So there will always be someone who will have ultimate authority and ultimate responsibility to ensure that things go right. And I think talking about skills, that is the fundamental skill that we need to instill in our seafarers. And we have the challenge that, of course, things are moving so fast. Literally the 2 or 3 hours that we're spending here in this room, some new technology will have come out. A more potent, more competent model will have come out. So we're actually moving the goalposts as we train people, and that will have implications on how we train them. I think we'll talk about this also later.
Thank you, Dr. Matthias. You gave an international perspective, focusing on the digitalization and the skill gaps. Perhaps the more profound challenges that the industry is going to face in the future is on the technicalities. So that brings me to the Mr. Kaushik Seal, the president of IMEI. He is heading the all marine engineers from India. Mr. Kaushik, the maritime industry is navigating a profound technical transition towards technical fuels like LNG, methanol, many others. How can we ensure that the maritime workforce and technical officers working on ships are actively involved in understanding, optimizing, and even contributing with their feedback toward design and operation of these new systems? Mr. Kaushik Seal, sir.
Thank you. Hello, yeah. Thank you, Captain Bhasin, and good morning, everyone. A very profound question and very, very pertinent. I mean, we are at that cusp where our energy has moved from the traditional fossil fuels to so many alternative fuels. And now we are looking at, of course, LNG has been there for a while. We're looking at methanol, ethanol, ammonia is coming in, hydrogen is making a mark, and now we are looking at nuclear in the future. Now, to handle a plethora of these energy with varying energy densities, with varying thermodynamic principles, I come from the representation of the marine engineers of the region, and the competency and the gaps which need to be fulfilled as a result of these fuels is going to be tremendous. So I would, of course, see this as a gap and a challenge which needs to be fulfilled. And the quicker we do that, the better it is for our workforce. So we would request a participation of the industry in terms of the retrofits at the shipbuilding stage, where the technical knowledge is actually shared as a feedback and as a loop, which then makes it into the engine room where the competency is there for the engineers to handle these fuels. So these would be my initial thoughts for the human capital development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seal. You emphasized on the depth of technical understanding and required for the need of cultural transformation. And that brings me to our next speaker, Mr. Sunil Nair, representing a very premier union. Mr. Sunil, from the union perspective, how should the industry approach this competency evolution? You have heard our speakers. What is the way that is fair to the seafarers? The responsibility of the employers in the broader industry, and have, when they expect seafarers to develop these new capabilities, new technologies, and handle them on the ship. So what is your perspective as an industry as a whole from union point of view?
Good morning and namaskar to all. Thank you, Captain Bhasin, for having me here in the first place. To your question, I believe that skill enhancement and training is a continuous process in the career of the seafarer. And for this, there has to be support and encouragement from the employers. Because by the end of the day, ships which are worth millions of dollars are handed over to the seafarers to take care of them and also to bring business. So it is worthwhile an investment to invest on the human capital, the seafarers, the key workers, so that the skills are inherited by the seafarers and they take care of the industry. Two, I feel in training there has to be a timeline so that seafarers, they know which is the training that they are required to do now, which is immediate, the requirement of the industry, and there could be some futuristic training, like that of green fields, autonomous shipping, and AI for that matter. I would also believe that seafarers who would engage in training should also be encouraged with a positive career graph so that they are motivated further to do skilling and also they earn a good livelihood on board the ships. Four, it would be great if there is more participation from the government in terms of support to training. And when I talk about training, it is just not the hard skills, it is also the investment and focus on soft skills and leadership skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nair. I'm very glad you mentioned the government, and that's where I'm going now. Our next speaker, Sri Sushil Kopdeji, Additional Director of Shipping. Sir, you have heard technical, training, union, evolution, but the things come under the government. We cannot work beyond the government policies without the government regulatory framework. So, sir, how is the regulatory authority enabling this transformation? That's a question to you, sir.
As is the theme of today's panel discussion, we always say, especially in police, what we say is the man behind the weapon is more important than the weapon itself. So man is more important who is handling that weapon or who is handling that equipment. So in this case, is the ship or the equipments on the ship, how he is handling. So human capital is more important than the equipments and the ships, obviously. Obviously ships are important, the equipments are the new technologies, they are important, but the person who's handling it is equally important or in fact more important than what we feel. That's why as a regulatory authority, we are emphasizing more on training. Especially if you see compared to any other sector, maritime sector, government intervenes largely into the training and the professional career of the seafarers. We in fact monitor day-to-day activity almost of the seafarer during his training as well as in his professional career. So the transformation of a seafarer upon a common man when he enters the MTI and from when he comes out and go on the ship, that transformation is very, very important. It's not only the hard skills, which he, anyways he learns in MTIs. There are various courses wherein DGS has very active role and they approve. Without their approval, the courses are not run. Even the syllabus of the courses, it is moderated at DGS. And the next part is the soft skills or the mental well-being of the seafarer, which is very equally important. In fact, for this, there is a policy of Sagar Mein Yog with NUSI. We have launched that policy, and as you see, the purpose behind bringing in this policy is what we thought the deliberations and the discussions went on inside the DGS or with the stakeholders, that generally when you see a person, there are three types through which he'll react to any situation. First is the instinct, second is intellect, and third is intuition. So sometimes you react instinctively. That means that the action doesn't reach up to your brain, you directly react to it instinctively, we call it. Secondly, it's through your intellect, that is using your brain. You take some decisions and you react to the situation. And thirdly, it's intuitively, that means it's your consciousness or your wisdom that takes the decision for you. So all these three aspects can be improved upon using our ancient traditional yoga. So we have come out with the policy of Sagar Mein Yog, which is being launched, and the modules for which, digital modules which are already created, prepared, and it's likely to be introduced in a pre-C courses, that means in the MTIs. Maybe in couple of months, they will be introduced at that level, and a wholesome, it has a larger, scope. Yoga doesn't mean only these three things, body, mind, and soul, which I just explained. But apart from that, there are 7 other modules also which are included, including the financial module, how seafarer will be using his finances, because especially in this profession, they earn a lot in initial years, and thereafter many of them, they leave this particular profession and they come to shore jobs. So finances, the management of finances is very important aspect of in their professional life and the personal life as well. So that module is also included, and these modules will be adopted for post-C courses in coming years. So these type of initiatives we are taking. There are in fact a lot of initiatives, but maybe the time is limited for our panel discussions. So these are some of the initiatives which I have discussed just now. So they'll be coming up in maybe a couple of months from now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And that's very important to know that the government is already looking toward that welfare of the seafarer. So now we move on to our next segment. Very, very important. Enables and culture. How we build the workforce. We are having a transitional technological advancement, but now how we build our workforce. So the segment that I'm going to do now is actually institutional mechanism, government support, industry collaboration, and culture shift required to support our seafarer, well-being and career sustainability. So I move on to again to Captain Panigray from IMU. Captain Panigray, training institute cannot operate effectively in isolation from industry they serve. So my question is, what mechanism or approach would create more effective continuous dialogue between the training institution and diverse element of maritime industry, seafarer, ship operators, ship management companies, ports, societies at large? Captain Panigray.
Yes, sir. This is already, we have something in practice, but it can be made more formal. From the industry, people can be made it as a formal advisory council for the institutes. Plus we can have a membership from the classification society, ship management companies, port operators, equipment manufacturer, and service providers, so that we can have better output, and the students, those who are in the institute, they can get a correct requirements on day-to-day basis. Second point is meeting in a regular interval with clear mandate. The curriculum, whatever we are following, that has to be checked whether it is relevant or not. Identify the skill gaps. Then again, to add in the curriculum which is needed for the relevant time. Third point is institutional faculty development programs. That is very important. Unless we do that, we will not able to keep the requirements as required from day to day, and will be considered as outdated. We will not able to meet the urgent needs which is required for the ships. Also from the industry, we are already utilizing, we can have more guest lectures, we can have seminars, meetings, and professional bodies like already we have in India, Institute of Engineers and Company of Master Mariners. We can participate with them so that our students or the post-C or pre-C students, what is required for that day, they get the benefit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Captain Panigray. You have put one important point about that careers guidance for merchant navy in the school curriculum. I move on to Dr. Matthias. From an extensive view of international curricula, what learning would you recommend for India?
Yes, as I said earlier, what makes the current artificial intelligence revolution so peculiar is the speed of change. So in an industry like ours, where things are highly regulated in the past, what you usually did is you try to agree on a curriculum nationally, sometimes internationally, with many players, complicated process, and then once you had a set of topics that you wanted to cover in your curriculum, you rolled it out, and maybe after 5 years, after 10 years, you did a review and you looked at, do we have to update something here or there? This will not work. Given the speed of the development, this will not work anymore. So what would I recommend for India, but also for any other place in the world, basically, is start with a basic onshore model where you teach the basic skills of digitalization and IT, the principles, so that people get a good understanding of how these systems work. And then what you need to have is ongoing training, short units on a regular basis, maybe even weekly, and they can be delivered to students who are working, who are at sea. And those sessions can be either synchronous, as it can be live sessions, and we have the technology now, we have internet connections almost everywhere. They can also be asynchronous, so self-taught trainings that people can do whenever they have time. Or, and I think this is a fundamental shift, is in a higher education in general, is that with the advances of artificial intelligence, we will move away from a one-size-fits-all curriculum that we have certain courses that we teach everybody to a more individualized, customized approach where students can use artificial intelligence to learn at their own pace and the content that is relevant to them. So using AI as a question and answer tool, as a personal trainer. So that moves away from a curriculum, but what it will necessitate, what it needs, what we all need to understand is that we will have to move away from very rigid, formalized curricula that are set and cast in stone for a long time.
Thank you, Dr. Matthias. Truly said, the AI is the future, is moving in all industries, and maritime is not going to be away from it. I've come to Mr. Seal, Mr. Kaushik Seal, President GMIS. Sir, beyond technical competencies themselves, new technologies are coming, yes, but how and where do you see the scope to have increased workforce from India towards future developing technologies?
Thank you, Captain Bhasin, for that thought and the question. So just to continue from where Captain Panigrahi and Dr. Matthias left, the issue, I would like to put this into two parts of enabling. The first would be a collaborative effort with the industry. If we are able to collaborate quicker, stronger, and faster, we'll be able to have a workforce which would be completely future ready. Recently, as you will know, IMAREST of UK, which is the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, they opened their India branch. And Captain Bhasin here, he is the honorable chair of that branch. And this gives us an opportunity to collaborate, get the technical know-how, and then put this all together and enable the workforce of the future. We also have the company of Master Mariners of India, where we have a good ground where we can exchange ideas and foster this entire growth model. The second part would be, which is in continuation to the AI model, which Dr. Matthias talked about, we need more simulation growth. We are getting there, but the more simulation models we have, we are going to achieve this competency much quicker. So these are the two areas of growth which we feel at the Institute is going to foster this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Very well said. Of course, with the combination of professional bodies like CMI, IMEI, IMAREST, and many others, we are all there to support the Ministry of Port and Shipping and the DG Shipping. Mr. Sunil Nair, I come to you now. You have heard technical perspective. Now let's hear the seafarer's perspectives. What are the most critical factors beyond wages alone? What must change to make seafarer genuinely sustainable as a long-term profession? Mr. Sunil Nair.
Thank you, Basin Sahab, for the question. I think if I understand it correctly, how to sustain the seafarers. Sir, one of the immediate requirement of this generation of seafarers and the next would be to have a good internet connectivity on board the ships. I remember in the ILO just recently, while the MLC was reviewed, 1.5 days was spent to explore the possibility of having internet on board the ships. And it is possible with the combined effort of the important stakeholders. It is doable. To sustain the seafarers, I also feel that the rest hours on board the ship should be diligently honored so that the seafarers don't have burnouts. 3, and the most important one would be the shore leave, because then it also gives the seafarers time out from the tedious work they do on board the ships. It will also give them an opportunity to explore the various welfare initiatives in the ports. This will be number 3. 4, I feel, is to value and respect the seafarers and not to treat them as interchangeable labor. They are human capital. They need to be respected. I think these are some of the points that I feel would retain and sustain the seafarers in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Definitely, very well said. The seafarer needs to be respected. Thank you. Shri Sushil Kobde, sir, we come back to you. You have heard all the speakers, but without government support, without the firm policies, nothing will move. So my question to you is, sir, the toughest role to play to satisfy so many stakeholders. We look forward to hearing from you. How is the government addressing the quality and capability of maritime workforce, human capital?
The human capital is, as I said earlier also, is very, very important for us. And unless the quality improves, we won't be able to increase our percentage in global workforce, which is, as of now, it's around 12%. And in our MIB, the vision of government, our target is to reach 20% by 2030. So that's the target. And how to reach the target? See, any person, if he feels that the profession is safe, secure, and his career is sustainable in it, he won't join it. So to feel him or to give him the safe, secure feeling on ship, that will improve his quality as well. So that's the idea behind what we have, the 4 modules which we are running now, and we are trying to improve upon it. That is, first is crisis management, the second is grievance redressal. The crisis management is when there is a crisis, how we respond to it. Within no time, we have to reach it, we have to coordinate with concerned agencies, and we have to rescue or whatever the requirement of that seafarer there, we have to reach out and do it. The grievance redressal system which we have developed, that is whatever grievances of seafarer, including mostly main grievance is abandonment, which is in fact even 2 months' wages are not paid, it is seen as abandonment. So for that abandonment, to secure his wages, to secure whatever possible, all other ways, to get him what he deserves, we in fact are in touch with different ministry. We have to coordinate with different ministry. In fact, every week we are coordinating with different missions abroad. Wherever, say that as all of us know, that seafarer through RPSL, he goes on the ship. If there are insurances, if in case they are not in place, then we have to reach out to through MEA, that is Ministry of External Affairs, to various missions abroad, So that background work, that a very, very tedious work, and we have to coordinate with different agencies, the missions abroad, so that our abundant seafarers there, they should reach home, they can be repatriated safely, or whatever their grievances are, they should be looked upon. So that's what DGS is doing at background. DGS is, of course, on behalf of Government of India, we are looking into it so that our seafarers' morale is always high. I already talked about the training part. In training, what we are improving. But in this part, unless the morale of the force is high or the morale of the seafarer is high, is not going to improve, or the number is not going to improve, because the people will come. We have the community outreach programs. They are running. We are approaching various institutes, even the camps, various camps where we approach students, and we are trying to add it to one of the panelists. He talked about it. We are trying to add it into the syllabus of a school about the seafaring and about the maritime, whatever activities are going on, so that he gets to know about the industry. Because I personally have experience that I am from Mumbai, and I haven't heard that much about the industry when I was in college. So that is one of the aspects we are looking into it, so that the community outreach programs we have already started, and we have approached various schools. Our officers are going to various schools with the help of MTIs and the other seafarer unions, so that more and more people will know, or the students will know about this industry. So the more talent will come towards it, and we will be able to improve the numbers as well as the target. We'll be able to achieve that target as given by Government of India in MIV 2030. And I hope the morale of the seafarers will be very, very high, so that all over world, when a seafarer goes out of India, it is seen as an Indian seafarer, and outside all the countries, they, make a perception about India based on how he behaves. That's why I already talked about soft skills as well, which we are planning to include in our training and in their professional career as well, when they will take COC or COP, those type of certification. During that also, these courses will be added. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Coming from you, directly from the DG, sir, the government support, and actually I can tell all the audience, Captain Abdul Kalam Azad sir is also sitting here, and Kobde sir is there. They are very approachable. He has mentioned External Affairs Ministry approach whenever the standard seafarer, but in-house development is the key. And thanks for your views. I'll just give you a few of my own views of the panel. The discussion has revealed multifaceted nature of building a modern maritime workforce. Digital literacy, alternate fuel expertise, system thinking, adaptive problem solving, and sustainable awareness. We have examined the regular initiatives, institutional mechanism, and government investment enabling competency. What we need now, so first thing coming from the government, the support to the seafarers. Then something very, very important coming forward. I'm glad that the government recognizes the role of the maritime professional bodies like CMMI, IMEI, and others toward the collaborated efforts. I would like to make a statement here now, Captain Tyagi sir, very important. Yesterday, our Prime Minister was here. I noticed something which he said he spoke many of the initiatives that the government is taking and has taken. But there was one statement which caught my ears, and I have written it down and sent it to my own company bosses. Prime Minister Modi yesterday said, in whichever port you go, whichever port you see any ship, किसी भी पोर्ट में, दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में, आप किसी भी पोर्ट में जाएं, जो शिप खड़ा होगा, वहां पे आपको इंडियन सीफेरर मिलेगा. So big round of applause for that statement coming from the Prime Minister yesterday on this very much stage. And that is the support coming from the top. And that is where we are moving, the workforce. And I will also like to really say, reach out to the Indian Premier Institute like SCI, DG Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, External Affairs Ministry to work together to achieve something very close to our heart to bring the STCW Diplomatic Convention to India, sir. We need to be known as Delhi Convention or Bharat Convention, but it should be India-centric. So I need the support of all stakeholders over here, sir. The path required simultaneous action across multiple dimensions. With that, I end my thing here. And thank you, Captain Tyagi, sir. You are the person who has brought seafarer session since the last GMIS. So we must applaud you, sir. And of course, Director General Shipping Support, Ministry of Shipping Support is there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the panelists. It was really insightful discussion. It was indeed enriching for us to listen to our experts talking about the ground issues related to the seafaring profession and the ways to overcome this. We have heard from the regulator, we have heard from the trainers and from the maritime industry stakeholders. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for the panel A discussion. Today, we have with us Dr. Jose Mathaikal, Director, Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division from International Maritime Organization. Dr. Mathaikal is responsible for 4 subdivisions dealing with the IMO's technical cooperation efforts, maritime development, and resource mobilization, and partnership building to support technical assistance from IMO. We are pleased to now welcome Dr. Jose Mathaikal to share with us the IMO's perspective on developments in the Indian maritime context. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jose Mathaikal, Director, Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division from IMO.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello all. Esteemed panel, distinguished delegates, greetings from IMO and the IMO Secretary General. It's a great pleasure to be here and seeing this impressive crowd, and also I'm very happy to be back in my home country. I think the little human capital this country actually put in IMO. And talking about human capital, before I go to my speech, I want to say something, and that is we are not reaching our targets and what we want to achieve if we don't have a women in these panels or in the workforce. We do need to be more inclusive because they are going to contribute to building that human capital. So I hope to see that these dialogues would involve the women as well, and they can be part of this, this dialogue to build the human capital for the future. I would like to recognize the women who are here today. Can I ask them to stand up, please, for me for a second? Please, let's recognize them for that contribution they are making. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope same will be in the panels too in the future. And another thing I noticed yesterday when I came here was, a kilometer line long queue of students, and I just heard that. Because if you were to build this human capital for the future, we need to start at a very young age. And it was very impressive. I don't know whose idea was it, but it was really impressive that, we got all the school students to come and see what Maritime is doing. And it's not just about ships, and they could then see it is also about so many other things about shipping. It is about digital, it is about the AI, it is about logistics, it's about finance, and that's the kind of attention we need from these young kids in the school, before they start thinking about the career, and normally we try to reach them when they are in the college, etc. So I think it was great to see that, and that is where also that they would start connecting to a purpose. Why do they choose this career in the maritime sector? In fact, I have a little story that I was in the Pacific region where I met a cadet and she came to me and she said, I'm a cadet, I'm in training on board ship. And I said, why did you choose this career? And what she said was, when I'm in a small island and I witnessed an oil spill that completely destroyed my island and the ecosystem there. And she then said, look, if I can be a captain or seafarer of ship, maybe I can contribute to any of the solutions. And that took her to the career, and there was a connection to the purpose. And I think getting these kids, getting that kind of an exposure and then start building that connecting to the purpose, why they can be in the maritime sector, could be the beginning step for building our maritime capital for the future. So now I'll go back to my script. It is an honor to speak with you today, and that's perhaps on a topic that's the most decisive factor in the future of maritime success. Not infrastructure, not investment, but the people. Human capital is the wind the sails of India's maritime growth history. We know that we have around 1.9 million seafarers, in the shipping, and India has emerged as one of the leaders in providing the top quality seafarers to the maritime sector. But India's ambitions extend far beyond ships at sea, from the green ports to the world-class shipbuilding that we heard in the last few days, and from the coastal logistics to inland waterways. The country's Maritime India Vision 2047 anticipates a need for, I think, around 2.5 to 3 million skilled professionals. And meeting that need requires a bold new approach, in our view, one that not only fills today's skill gaps, but builds a resilient, future-ready talent ecosystem across the whole maritime domains. At the IMO, we see this as a global imperative, and we are proud to be a partner in this transformative journey, and also looking forward to more partnership with India on this matter, where you have gained a lot of experience. For over the 4 decades, the STCW Convention, we just heard that now, has served as a foundation for uniform seafarer training and certification. India has been a key player in upholding these standards through institutions like the Indian Maritime University and a growing network of world-class training academies in India. But shipping in the 21st century and beyond demands new skills. Technologies like digital navigation, autonomous systems, alternative fuels, and cyber resilience are reshaping the maritime landscape. To stay ahead, IMO is currently undertaking a comprehensive review of the HCW, incorporating new competencies in areas like the green fuels, batteries, emerging digital technologies, et cetera, And I just heard the great interest for having a diplomatic event here. I wish you the best to see how you can bring it to IMO. And this evolution of this new landscape, it extends beyond the ships. Shore-based professionals, port officials, shipbuilders, marine surveyors, logistic planners, they all must be equipped to operate within this fast-changing ecosystem. And we are doing some technical cooperation programs in this area, including we just started something called Smart Sea Leaders Project. And through this, we are supporting training for port state control officers, flag stage inspectors in developing countries, ensuring robust enforcement and an understanding of IMO's safety and environmental standards. And maritime growth requires more than an updated curricula. It needs a talent pipeline that is deep, inclusive, and sustainable, and that starts from the school. And we take an example of a new initiative from IMO called the Next Wave Initiative, and that we launched early this year. It offers an year-long onboard placement for cadets from developing countries with a focus on removing the barriers like the financial constraints and lack of experience. It is practical, scalable, that addresses the no birth, no job conundrum for young mariners. And yes, it explicitly includes women cadets as well. So we started with one shipping line who is now offering 20 berths, 10 for the men, 10 for the women, and these cadets are getting a year-long experience on some very modern ships. And we would like to expand and scale this up because we need to create the critical mass of the new seafarers for the future and also the professionals. But this lack of availability of berths for training is continuing to be a problem. So we are now calling on many shipping companies to come forward, and we are mooting an idea of IMO giving an umbrella for this if shipping companies are interested to join and come together to make this as a global movement. And I would actually also request Shipping Corporation of India to look into that possibilities of joining hands with IMO. And of course, India is already making long strides, and women are increasingly present in seafaring, port operations, and maritime administration. But yet more needs to be done. We have an initiative called Smart Sea Women, and that is offering training in green and digital skills tailored to women professionals in Asia-Pacific region. Our regional maritime women associations, and I hope some of the women here are members of that support mentorship, visibility, and leadership pathways. And when women rise in maritime, the whole sector benefits from the new ideas, resilience, and innovation. Now, capacity building is also about regional leadership. India had proposed to establish a regional center of excellence for sustainable maritime transport to serve as a hub for regional skill building and best practices exchange. And if it ever happens here, and I would strongly encourage to align its objectives with IMO's global knowledge networks, such as the Maritime Technology Cooperation Centers around the world, and it can actually continuously update the region's human capital in sync with this global initiative. And that's what we need. We don't want to do that isolation. It needs to be connected to the global initiatives as well. India is also a valued partner in our Green Voyage 2050 program, where we support the countries in adopting low and zero emission shipping solutions. And these are including technical studies and pilot programs and intensive training workforce for local professionals. And this is another challenge that we should be addressing. If we were to build the human capital, it has to consider what is the new digital solutions, what are the new fuels are going to be there. And we need to start training our seafarers and also shore-based personnel on these aspects, handling of the fuels and everything to do with that, and digitalization as well. Now, as ships become smarter, so too must be our training systems. Now, the simulator-based training, virtual reality walkthroughs, and I'm sure you have seen some of the latest developments, how to provide training, and blended learning models are rapidly challenging how we prepare the seafarers and shore-based staff alike. IMO is actively promoting this transformation. In Singapore, we recently saw demonstrations of virtual reality, how it can train crew and safely manage some of the, in this case it was methanol fires or simulating engine failures using virtual reality training tools. We, IMO, have an e-learning platform, and that was launched during the COVID pandemic because we had no other choice. And now reaches to maritime professionals worldwide. It is open, it's free for anybody who wants to take this e-learning through the IMO's e-learning platform. This is especially important for the regions with a limited physical infrastructure, and we are going further, and we are supporting instructors in these developing countries to design locally relevant online modules, and that we are doing in some of these countries under the Green Voyage also. And finally, we must think beyond the entry-level training. The maritime sector needs strategies and strategists, policymakers, legal experts, and change makers. That's why IMO established quite some time back the World Maritime University in Sweden and International Maritime Law Institute in Malta, two premier institutions that have trained thousands of maritime leaders from across the globe. And I think all the Indians here can be really proud of that because it was established by an Indian Secretary General of IMO, the late Dr. Srivastava. What a visionary move. And IMO offers fellowships. So if you want to go to that higher level learning and training the human capital, and we provide fellowships and scholarships to go to WMU and IMLE. These are life-changing opportunities, and we are proud to see the Indian alumni. India also sent many students to these two institutions, and they come back and they're driving the change at home and representing the country on international platforms, including in IMO. So I'm very proud to see a lot of Indian members going to WMU and IMLI and coming back to the administrations to lead this change. And we are also collaborating with many other countries, including in Japan, now to provide training on new fuels, including LNG, etc. And as I said, the Next Wave project with the private sector is an example of how we can build this human capital, and we do need the private sector collaboration. India's academic and industrial institutions are already engaging globally, and with continued investment, they will become innovation leaders in maritime human capital. Now, colleagues, India is navigating a bold maritime transformation, and I'm extremely pleased to see the focus given to maritime in this week compared to the past. So many developments, so many acts passed, and so many announcements of fund creation, a commitment to build the human capital here. It was truly impressive when I came this time. And we are talking about the transformation through the Sagamala, inland waterways revival, port modernization, green shipping, shipbuilding expansion, etc., etc. But none of it will really go that far unless we invest continuously and ambitiously in people. From cadets to captains, from surveyors to shipbuilders, from coastal youth to policy experts, the future of maritime lies in the minds and hands of those we empower today. IMO stands shoulder to shoulder with India in this endeavor. We will continue to provide standards, capacity building support, and opportunities for cooperation. In turn, India's leadership and participation enrich our collective mission for safe, sustainable, and inclusive shipping. Let's embrace the digital revolution in training. Let's empower women and youth, as I mentioned before. Let's create learning systems that adapt as fast as the technology evolves, and that's very fast changing. And just remember, the ship may be the symbol of our industry, and the ports are the central to the industry as well, but it is people who move the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and detailing us regarding the inclusiveness of new competencies in the STCW. Now we'll move to our panel B discussion, the second panel discussion on the theme Charting Tomorrow, Talent, Technology and Transformation in Maritime Human Capital. This panel will discuss what skill gaps are required to be addressed, how we can scale talent development across ports, shipping, logistics, and shipbuilding, and how we build adaptive systems that evolve continuously with technology and global standards. Without taking much time, I'll hand over to our moderator, Captain Halbe, sir. We are running a little short of time, sir, so request. So over to you, Captain Halbe, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have an esteemed panel. And before I start, I would actually like to thank Dr. Matthias. He just made my job very easy. He has addressed a lot of the issues that we are supposed to be discussing. Yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister put up some numbers and figures and statements on the board here. 216 ships which Shipping Corporation of India is supposed to acquire in the next 20 years. Bharat Container Lines, 59 ships in 20 years. The oil PSUs in joint ventures, 51 tankers, 11 vessels for DCI. All of this we think are going to be acquired with money. Of course, they're going to cost money. But who's going to build these ships? Who's going to run these ships? Where is the steel going to come from? Where is the equipment required to operate these ships going to come from? And we can be very euphoric about the targets set by the Honorable Prime Minister, but at the same time, we must be conscious that it's we who have to achieve them. It's not he is going to achieve them. He has set the targets for us as the national leader. So this panel is going to go beyond the seafaring, which has been addressed by the panel number 1 already. And we will start with the esteemed panel, and Captain Azad, the nautical advisor, is the first. So I will ask all the panelists to speak for about a couple of minutes on their views on what will be beyond the seafaring. Yes, seafaring is the crux, we must admit that. But at the same time, when 90% of the global trade is going to be moved by ships or is moved by ships, we must remember that this trade finally has to go somewhere. It has to reach hinterland. It has to reach the department store. So there is a lot more to it than only shipping. So over to you, Captain Azad, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Chairman and Managing Director, Captain B.K. Tyagi sir, and esteemed panelists and distinguished participants, my dear cadets, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a very important discussion here, followed by the first panel which addressed the competency. Now we will be talking about the post-career options. So before I start, I must tell you that I am one of the example you can say in this journey. So I was a proud cadet of the Shipping Corporation of India. The Shipping Corporation of India trained me to take up this role here as a nautical advisor, and I am happy to be part of this panel under the chairmanship of Chairman and Managing Director of SCI. So there are total 30 years. 94 I started my career, the first 15 years gone with the Shipping Corporation of India, next 15 years with the Maritime Administration. So I wanted to tell all the cadets and the mariners and the companies, there must be a clear pathway to be made at the beginning of the career. I sailed for 15 years, maybe today's cadets may not be going beyond 10 to 15 years. So there are various opportunities are available, as informed by Captain Halbesa, from shipbuilding to ship recycling. These both activities happens ashore, but the entire sailing happens on sea. The seafarer has to support the entire spectrum of the industry, which is starting from shipbuilding to ship recycling. Administration is one of the role, classification society, surveying, surveying agencies, and average adjusters, maritime legal professionals. Their career options are very wide. Some of them become a ship owner, ship managers. So what is the job of the administration? Since I am from the administration, I must say that we should not limit ourselves to a minimum standards prescribed by the STCW. We must go beyond, so that we must prepare the seafarers and the candidates to reach much higher level beyond the captains. Okay, captain and chief engineer is also maximum level on board ship, and they must be able to transition ashore. In this regard, I just wanted to give only one thing for the audience. The Indian Certificate of Competency is a passport to the world of opportunities. So let everybody keep in mind that. So our administration, our role is to maintain the standards of the Indian Certificate of Competency, and it is recognized globally as a #1 position and recognized by more than 40 countries. And almost any ship in the world, Indian Certificate of Competency seafarers can join. So that is the achievement because of the hard work, because of the dedication, and because of the professionalism of the seniors who have shown to the world how the Indian seafarers can perform. And it is our duty to maintain that standards. And regarding what the administration can do, that I will explain subsequently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Mr. Zhang from KOICA.
This is my very great honor to introduce myself. My name is Yang Zhang, and I'm the country director of KOICA India office. We started the collaboration with the Indian government for technical cooperations, government basis since 2022, and I'm the second country director. Started my duties and tasks in February this year. So from the very beginning of this India Maritime Week session, starting from this Monday till now, we are witnessing the potentials and opportunities of the enhancement of the overall development of the maritime sectors. And in terms of the roles and responsibilities of KOICA for technical cooperation, complying with the government of India's the future expectations and policy, we are now collaborating in the vocational education and training sectors since this year. So we are looking forward to launching a new project in vocational education in 2025, followed by the Bachelor of Vocation Training in 2026, and followed by the enhancement of the skilled workforces and manpowers in the shipbuilding sectors in 2027, in collaboration with the Ministry of Port, Sea and Waterway. So for the new technical cooperation project, it includes the overall various activities and the components, including of the establishing a new skill development center for skills required for the shipbuilding areas, and the capacity building for policymakers, as well as the trainers and other faculty members who can actually deliver the knowledges and technologies to the targeted populations, as well and the activities to enhance the employment and the job seeking skills, not only for targeting for domestic the employment markets, for the advanced the shipbuilding the companies, as well as for the employment of the overseas companies as well. So in order to better understand what KOICA does and what KOICA will do in India, so I just prepared this QR code. So if you can just scan it, you can download our reference materials, which completes 20 pages. And if you have further questions, inquiries, my contact is also prepared in the same slide, so you can make a reference to it. And for the time constraints, I deliver my microphone to the next person. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. And for the information of the cadets at the back, after the Second World War, Japan emerged as the leading shipbuilding nation. The few decades belonged to Japan. The next in line was this beautiful country, Korea, which became the next destination. And now there is another country which is very much ahead of the game, ahead of the curve. But Korea continues to build the most complex ships, and it's today the destination for those shipbuilding ships. And I think Shipping Corporation built the LNG carriers in Korea, or was it Japan? Korea. So there you are, from the chairman himself. So next is we have Mr. Mishra, the Managing Director of Indian Register of Shipping, an entity which we are proud of, sir, for you celebrated your Golden Jubilee last year. So over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon to CMD Captain B.K. Tyagi and guests on dais and off dais. See, even shore carrier, there are many opportunities for seafarers. And as you say, look at the life cycle assessment of a ship. There is start with shipbuilding, to ship operation, to ship recycling. As a master mariner, or let's say as a chief engineer, you can contribute in any aspect, If you look at shipbuilding, we have operational experience, so we know about ship. So there are even, you can go in engine manufacturing. And this is the time, because of sustainability issue, you'll see that engine to run on methanol, engine to run on ammonia, this all also is being developed. And even the people, those who are working, whether it's Wärtsilä, whether it is manned BMW, whether it is any other engine manufacturers, I have seen even Indian there also, and seafarers, Indian chief engineers. Even any equipment going on a ship, you have operational experience, you have maintenance experience. So obviously, all those components you can contribute and you can head those units. As far as operation is concerned, obviously, during operation, You can be ship manager, you can be ship owner, you can be even for building or classification or recycling, you can be a classification society surveyor. And as rightly said by Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, obviously administration is there who will look at all the aspects during the shipbuilding. And only because of sustainability issue also with respect to operation, lot of decarbonization related field are there. There also people are working. Digitalization also, maybe it is autonomous ship. There also we have also come out with the draft rule, India has come out with the draft rule for autonomous ship also. And even work is going on in IMO also with respect to maritime autonomous surface ship. Recycling also, we are one of the leading country for the recycling, and most of our, if you look at yard, they comply with the Hong Kong Convention, and we are also putting our best foot forward to meet the requirement of EU Recycling Convention. So a complete spectrum we can contribute, and you have entire area is open for this thing, and India, this is the time for India to be in every field and to be seen everywhere. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Next, we have the views of Mr. Omar Sharif from DP World. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Captain. It's really a pleasure to be here, listening to everyone. There are a lot of interesting vision that we see. Before I start, I just want to share some figures about the seafarers. I mean, today seafarers, they represent 85% of global, from South global. And this I talk about India, Philippines, Africa, and Latin America. And with the vision also, we see that 12% of the seafarers comes from India, and the vision to achieve 20% by 2030. I see a huge opportunity and demand globally. I don't want to repeat the gentleman what they said, a lot of things that we have in place, but I just rather say and advise to our young male and female, boys and girls, that they are studying in maritime industry, being a seafarer or any other professions. Don't let anyone break you. This is your life. Opportunities are there. The government are putting a lot of efforts and initiatives to pave the way for your career to strive and become something in future. Coming from seafarer, there are a lot of other opportunities in shore. For example, in DP World, we have a lot of CEOs and managing directors that they run the business, but they were a cadet or marine engineers. So please embrace, take your time, don't stay in your comfort zone. Always take the challenges and turn it to opportunities for your future and for your career. And life is like navigating a ship, by the way. With a rough sea, you need to make sure that how you navigate. So this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omar. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Rajneesh Khandelwal, the president of JM Bakshi. And many years ago, there used to be a sort of a rumor or a vicious rumor that if any master mariner wanted a shore job, just go to JM Bakshi's office, you will get one. So let us hear from Mr. Khandelwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. And before I start, just like Captain Azad mentioned, I also started my career with Shipping Corporation of India 30 years back. And it's such an honor to be here sitting on the stage. It was quite nostalgic this morning meeting many of my friends, batchmates. So thanks CMD sir, Captain Tyagi for having me here. Captain Lalbi mentioned about in terms of manufacturing something which is being manufactured in the hinterlands of India. It is being manufactured, say, in Raipur, Kanpur, somewhere, and it is being sold in the Walmarts of California. So if you look at the entire supply chain, as India, as a country, we have been doing a tremendous job in seafaring, in the sea leg of it. But if you look at the entire supply chain, there is warehousing involved, there is ICD movement happening, there is port operation happening. We need human capital to man all these also. Just the way we are taking a lot of pride in saying I'm 12% supplier of manpower seafarers in the world. can I claim to say that I've got the best human talent in the entire supply chain? Unfortunately, no. We still lag behind in that. We have seen our country is, I think we are a privileged generation. We are growing at a rate of 6 to 8%, and no power in this world can stop India from becoming the third largest economy in some time. We would be requiring people for the entire supply chain, and if I were to ask a question across this room, how many times it has happened you have gone into a college, you have interacted with youngsters out of school and college, and you ask them what is the career option you're looking out for? How many times it has happened somebody would say, I want to be a supply chain executive? No, zero. My experience has been zero. Nobody ever talks about supply chain, and that's the challenge we have in attracting good talent in the entire supply chain industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khandelwal. We have Mr. Krishnan from the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers and Transworld Group. Let us have your view, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Captain Tyagi and the entire SCI team for putting this together. Congratulations on a well-curated program and a well-represented panel here to address one of the most important aspects of shipping and supply chain, which is the ship-based as well as the shore-based personnel and manpower requirement. I would also thank SCI. I'm not a seafarer, but had invested a lot of time on ships, and I should thank SCI for shaping my career in this particular phase, because the first ship I boarded when I was an operations officer with Bharat Petroleum in Kandla was the J. Narayan Vyas of SCI in July 1987. It's going to be almost 40 years back. So ever since, I've not looked back and has been able to and fortunate to continue in this particular field on the shore side in chartering and currently in strategy and heading the Learning Academy for Transworld, which has transformed into not only an internal training division, but also now doing bespoke programs for corporates and academic institutions. I would also congratulate all of us, as well as the young seafarers and the young shore personnel for having chosen this career path, because this is one of the most underrated one. Despite having specific programs and educational programs, it's still a career path which needs to be advertised and marketed. And I'm glad to see the programs which are being done in schools, which is the right thing to do, because by the time the young force reaches college, the decision is already made. So I would like to give a big round of applause to all the young seafarers and the shore personnel for having chosen this career. Talking a little bit about the challenges, I would say that there's multifold challenges which we are facing today. As Captain rightly mentioned, that the average sailing time on board, which has decreased gradually from, I used to see, I have friends who are seafarers who have sailed for 30 years, 35 years, and which came down to 25 years, and now the average, I understand, is coming to a single-digit figure, where individuals are deciding to transition from ship to shore even before achieving their master's ticket or chief engineer's ticket, which is a worrying trend for two reasons. One is it decreases experienced personnel available on board ships. And the bigger thing, where I am involved a lot through the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers as well as through our academy, in terms of right skilling these returning seafarers into shore jobs. And if you're now extrapolating with the target from 12% to 20%, and you can imagine with the average seafaring time reducing by maybe another 2%, 3% gradually for various reasons, that the problem or the challenge which we are going to face in right skilling them for shore jobs is going to be much, much higher. And as rightly said by previous esteemed panelists, that this particular aspect of career planning has to start from today. Even before you step on board the ship, this has to start. So to facilitate that, I would say that the recognition framework of the competence which was already there on board should be in alignment, and there should be enough frameworks which are available for that. The second one, which I'm glad to see in many of the the maritime institutes that they have adapted is the structured bridge programs from, in terms of even introducing micro credit programs with respect to commercial, say for example chartering, or with respect to port and terminal management, which is available, and if it is incorporated right from day one, along with the regular nautical science programs, it would be extremely beneficial. The third one I would say is the credentialing system, where the credentials of the seafarers with the COC, there's enough credentials which are approved, which help them to transition into the shore jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We have heard the esteemed panelists, and I have a question now. For the seafarers' progress, the shipboard training berths is a choke point, it's a bottleneck, because unless that is available, there is no further progression. So the freshers do have a challenge. Now, Mr. Khandelwal and Mr. Omar, both of you are port operators. And in the ports, you have equipment which is worth millions and millions, cargo worth trillions maybe, whatever. How do you look at inducting freshers and training them? Because there isn't any model or a course which is available for the hands-on equipment that needs to be operated. So how do you handle that? And what would you like to see in the future?
That's a very good question. What we do, Captain Halbe, and DP World, we utilize the technology today. With the AI tools and automations, we take benefit of it, how we could familiarize the new fresher or the port operators or even the marine background. So simulators, a lot of simulators, remote simulators that we have, and even in the real work field, the technology that we brought in terms of remote operations, where operating cranes, shore cranes or yard cranes from an office, that's something that we always encourage and do. So we invest heavily in digitalization and AI and automation to make sure that, we bring the right tools for our people to make sure that they do their work in a very efficient and safe way. There is a new initiative I would like to talk about, which is implemented in Mundra Port. We call it virtual Gemba safe work. So now we have devices, video cameras, that we can connect with our people on ground before they take any activities, just to make sure that, leadership from the office, wherever you are, Dubai, London, or any other offices, you can talk to the people on ground virtually, so they can explain to you how they do the work safely before they start. And the benefit and advantage of that is not only to showcase, it's to give the motivation to the people that the people or the leaders in the organization, they care about people on ground. So using technology and the AI tools and automation will always help to make sure that we have the right tools and enabling process for our people. It's a journey, and we always see a lot of developments coming from technology and AI. I'll leave the floor to Raj.
Yes, sir, it's a challenge to get qualified manpower for skilled hands for manning your equipments at various ports. So we at GM Baxi again realized it long back when we were expanding from one terminal to the second. And we set up our own training institute in Vizag called Visaga Institute of Port Management, wherein we were giving hands-on training to people as to how to operate a reach stacker, how to operate an RMQC. Now, these are $20–30 million equipments, and the people who are handling these equipments just have a license from RTO for running a truck or stuff like those. There is no qualified courses for manning and operating these equipments. So perhaps that can be one of the takeaways from this session as to can we have some qualification criteria, people who can use these equipments so that each port operator like a DP World or a JM Baxi and others, we don't set up our own training institutes, but we have a common pool, maybe working under the government aegis, wherein we can recruit these people and who can operate these equipments for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm coming to Mr. Mishra, sir. IRS has grown so much in the last 50 years. And so do you find a challenge in getting youngsters? Because your job scope has changed considerably in the last 50 years. You are into industrial surveys, into road surveys and all sorts of things. So how do you try to, or how do you identify and locate such people and how do you train them? That's one. And secondly, as an organization today, we felicitated a lady naval architect who worked with you for 40 years or something like that. So what is IRS's policy for DEI, inclusiveness and equality? How do you operate?
Yeah, I mean, again, thanks to CMD, SCI, those who have been awarded today, almost 3 were from IRS, you know. You can, Suniti Bala, she has been working with me in certification division in 2011 and 2012. And she was there with us for 4 or 5 years. Thereafter, she has gone to Denmark and Germany and then Denmark. Sonali Banerjee, again, she started her career under me, under certification division in 2011, etc. Lakshmi has been there with us for quite a number of years, just retired maybe 1 year back or something. So having said that, see, we work at every aspect, you know, and many places we catch them young also, you know, like we have taken naval architect, we always take from the institute itself. Every year at least it should be good mix, you know. I mean, almost from every IITs we take almost 4 to 5 graduates, naval architect all across, and then even from CUSET, etc. university, and we train them, you know, on-job training. First, they will be trained on plan approval and other aspect in head office, then we send them to the shipyards so that they can get the practical training, etc. And we take even chief engineers also, those who have sailed 1 year chief engineer like me, then we can join ashore. Yeah, so they also, like we take first class chief engineers, we take master mariner, and we are taking other mechanical engineer also. In between, when we are finding it little difficult, around 15 or 18 years back, we started young engineers training program. So there, like we have done like basically this entrance examination all throughout India, and mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, we have recruited them, and we have given them 2 to 3 years training, you know, classroom training and practical training. So when we are taking metallurgical engineer, we are taking chemical engineer, and even for the nuclear also, we are taking for nuclear propulsion, nuclear engineer and other areas. So, I mean, we are totally geared up even with respect to sustainability, whether it is alternate fuel, we have expert for the alternate fuel also, whether it is alternate technology, carbon capture, storage and others, we have people working for them. We are getting geared up for nuclear propulsion also. We have tie-up with the core power in UK, and we have tie-up here also. We will be signing one MOU, those who will be doing this. So yes, we are training and we are in very big way, and moreover we are managing, which is under Sagarmala Center of Excellence in Maritime and Shipbuilding. There also we are providing all sort of training, no? The electrical, fitter, and even welding, etc. all kind of training. Even supply and logistics. So we are covering entire region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I have been getting strong stares from the organizers for concluding this session. So I have 2 questions, and one of them is to Mr. Jong. Korea developed or evolved into a major shipbuilding nation over a somewhat short period of time in a nation's history. What sort of support did you get from the government and other institutions to create the skilled manpower that is necessary to transform into a shipbuilding nation?
So in short, the overall development of the shipbuilding industry throughout the Korean history is a collaboration of the government policy, academia, as well as the private sectors. Like same as the comments that in the speech of the Mr. Kumar, the Secretary of Ministry of Ports. However, the most ultimate roles that worked in the past in 1960s or 70s, when Korea was under the very pivoting area of transforming the economic structure from the light industry, heavy industry, is to cultivate human resources within the standardized criteria of national certification. For example, if you need to prove yourself that you are capable of doing something, or you need to prove yourself that you have specialties or skills in any job market, then you need to get a national certificate by passing through an exam, not only checking your background knowledges and understand the laws and regulations, but also you need to do some practices in front of the exam places. So not only for the specializing the academical curriculums for vocational education training during that era, because at the time the population was growing so much fast, but still the economic structure very fragile, and the GDP per capita of Korea at the time was less than $1,000. So the Korean government confronted a very big challenge to how to make these people able to get a job, get employment, so that they can pay off their lives. So in order to produce or mobilize the population in a short time to get a decent job, making the employment rate higher than ever, so that it can contribute to the overall enhancement of economic growth. So the Korean government has revised the policy to standardize the criteria and standardize the format of the national certification. So only one single ministry is in charge of giving certificates for job skills for the populations, and several other public agencies are actually taking care of the actual practice of the exams. And so for your information, I even have a national certificate on maritime sectors as well. I'm a certified towman, which means that I can read the bill of lading and I can properly check the numbers of the freight through the vessels and containers. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Surely we have a lot to learn from South Korea. So I have a question for Captain Azad. We talked about, you are the regulator, you are the certifier, you are the chief examiner of mates and masters. Just now the port sector mentioned about the lack of training and certification for people used in the ports, or skilled personnel used in the ports. Do you think now that you have moved from Director General of Shipping to Director General of Maritime Administration, that your department, or there should be some authority which should actually be certifying such qualified or such operators within the port? Do you think so? It's a question, sir.
Sir, it's a very important question actually. Before I answer that, I need to just only highlight what the DG Shipping is doing right now to facilitate the transition of seafarers to the shore-based options. So there is a project which is called Maritime Knowledge Cluster, which is one of the deliverable of the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, where it is an IT platform which is being developed for exchange of information, where we try to onboard all the research institutions and higher educational institutions, where the interested seafarers who want to do any higher studies or research on any topic, they can use that portal. Also, we are trying to onboard the donors who will fund that research. This Maritime Knowledge Cluster platform, already the DPR has been prepared, and we will be coming out with the RFP very soon. So that will be one of the most important portal to connect all those loose ends, where the islands of knowledge is there, they all can be onboarded. There are demands for the seafarers to undertake higher qualification, which they are finding it difficult either to get the sponsorship or to get the topics or to get the research institutions. I think this portal we are trying to bridge the gap and build a network so that our seafarer can choose the career of their choice and choose the topic of their choice. Our industry also can populate which area they need, more skill-based, more demand. So that platform we are working in right now. So that's the first thing. Second, as you rightly asked about the standards, as the DG Shipping has become a DG Maritime Administration, under the able leadership of our DG Shipping, we are working on something called India Maritime Compliance Code. So we have already requested, I think, all the classification societies to help us to develop a standards, which did not materialize. Now we are trying to work with the specialized agencies to develop the standards. In that, the offshore sector, we have already issued an RFP for development of standards for offshore safety. Because that's currently our Indian offshore personnel are being certified with the foreign agencies with a huge cost. So we are going to come out with the standards for offshore training, and subsequently, yes, the port sector also, where as far as the safety related aspect, the DG Shipping will come out with some standard and to promote the training, training for the shore. It's already being done. Only thing, the certification part. If certification gives some validity, I think DG Shipping will be coming out with the standard for the port sector also. Lastly, another important thing, what we need to have some kind of, we have a department of ex-servicemen welfare. So we don't need ex-servicemen welfare. We need to have some kind of agency to for facilitating the transfer of from a sea carrier to shore carrier. There is a seafarer welfare organization is there. So we are thinking how it can be, you are all important person in that organization. So how that seafarer welfare fund organization can be utilized to facilitate the shift from sea carrier to shore carriers. So these are three important aspects which is on top of the agenda, and I am sure that DG Shipping will be coming out with this projects maybe by next year for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have one last question, sir. The government, the thrust is on growth, growth, and growth. And actually, it's trade leads to wealth. So any losses incurred in the process are, of course, erosion of wealth. Logistics and supply chain is a critical aspect. In fact, entire shipping is nothing but logistics and supply chain. And the government, having identified it under various policies, has encouraged institutes like the Indian Maritime University, Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai, along with CMMI, IIT Madras, to start courses in logistics and supply chain management. What are your comments on that as one of the experts in this sector?
Thank you, Captain. I would say that the only solution is to have competency-based framework and structured programs. So again, as you rightly mentioned, NMIS, which started quite early. That was one of the first programs which I attended 30 years back in Mumbai, Nariman Point, before I moved to Dubai and then took the ICS certification. CMMI's program with IIM Mumbai, commendable in terms of how it is shaping up. I do a couple of sessions there. And that's one of the appeal which I would like to place before all of us professionals here, where all of us have a competence, and if we dedicate at least 1 hour per month to get into a classroom to share our knowledge, it would make a huge difference. And I can give enough opportunities to do that. The second one is about the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers program, which again has a very structured one. It's a 100-plus-year-old institution, a chartered body which still conducts exams and certifies people under the professional qualifying examination. We have adapted to the changing requirements. There are short programs which are known as advanced diploma, which gives you in some particular topic on the commercial side. The second one I would say is the corporate commitment which is required to get into academic institutions and hold their hand, because today the pace at which the industry is moving, even industry is not able to cope up, and therefore the lag which happens into academic institutions is exponential. And I'm really glad to see whenever I visit, because we are doing a lot of collaboration with academic institutions now as Transworld Academy, to ensure that the industry knowledge, what is required today and for tomorrow, is translated back to the classroom as well as to the faculty. And that has to be a continuous process. It's not a one-time exercise. So right from curation of the academic, the curriculum, the lesson plan, and even supporting them with faculty has to be a continuous process. On the collaborations, and today is the world of collaboration before competition. I'm glad that we are doing a lot of work with DP World now, because with Transworld we are having deeper collaboration there to get these programs into the classroom, into the academic sessions. And last but not the least, I would also say, because when I'm mentoring seafarers transitioning into shore-based career, one of the sad aspect which I have noticed is that engineers are not being considered for commercial roles by all the companies. Some of them do that, and I would say that this has to change. Engineers are as good as master mariners who can transition to commercial role with the right kind of support, and I think all of us have a responsibility to do that. So in conclusion, I would say that when education, certification, and industry collaboration moves together in tandem, we are confident that India will not only supply the world's maritime talent, it will lead the global agenda for maritime human capital excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we are done for the day. So I must, as closing remarks, firstly thank the Shipping Corporation of India for curating this particular segment, and also to acknowledge that the human, the seafarer, and the humans ashore are actually an asset which is unfortunately not reflected in the balance sheet. And lastly, we had the Honorable Minister stating that "Aap jab London jaoge, tab kya karna?" He stated that. But I have something more to say. When we have all the youngsters here, I would say, "Aap jab London jaoge, so sirf dekho mat, London kharid lo." That's what you should do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an engaging and delightful discussion. We would have loved to hear more, but we were little running short of time. Thank you, sir. Now may I invite Captain B.K. Tyagiji, CMD SCI, to present mementos to our panelist and moderator as a token of appreciation. Captain S. Panigrahi, sir. Please give a big round of applause to all our panelists for such a delightful discussion today. We have next Mr. Kaushik Seal, sir. Dr. Matthias Katten. Mr. Sunil Nair, sir. Our captain of panel A, Captain Bhasin, sir. Moderator for the panel discussion 1. Captain Abul Kalam Azad, sir. Mr. Min Yong Jeong. Mr. P.K. Mishra, sir. Mr. Omar Sharif Al-Marzuki. Mr. Rajneesh Khandelwal. Mr. Krishnan Subramaniam. Captain S.M. Halve, sir, moderator of the panel's second panel discussion. Thank you, sir. All good things must come to an end, but we would be failing in our duties if we don't express our gratitude to those who toiled to make this event a grand success. May I now invite Captain Pankaj Kumar from Shipping Corporation of India to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Shipping Corporation of India and DG Shipping. We are deeply grateful to our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Union Minister of Labor and Employment, Youth Affairs and Sports, for gracing this occasion. His inspiring words and presence have truly motivated us. Thank you, sir, for giving us a brief about the National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways for exemplary leadership in organizing this Grand India Maritime Week 2025. This event serves as an invaluable platform for fostering collaboration and advancing the nation's maritime vision. We thank the Ministry for giving spotlight to the topic of maritime human capital, which is extremely important topic, positioning India as a global leader in maritime workforce development. Special thanks to Sri Sunil Paliwal ji, Chairman Indian Ports Association, for his comprehensive and forward-looking address. We would like to thank Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji, IAS, DG Shipping, for his insightful presentation on the topic and making this session more informative. We thank our Chairman and Managing Director, Captain B.K. Tyagi, sir, for his support and guidance for this event. Sir, we acknowledge that your direction and leadership has played an essential role in success of this session. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Jose Mathaikal from IMO for his talk on STCW and new competencies, learnings which are required for future. A special thanks to all our panelists and the moderators. Your inputs during the panel discussion have significantly contributed in our understanding of the importance, challenges, and solution pathways for building our country's maritime human capital for the future. We are very grateful for the time and effort you have invested in. It was an honor to have you share your knowledge with our audience. Thank you, sirs. A very special thanks to all our seafarers. We acknowledge your skills, resilience, sacrifices that keep the global trade moving by transporting essential goods, fuel, and medicine, and appreciate your dedication while you are away from home. I want to sincerely thank all of you cadets for being here today. Your presence has made the real difference. We hope you have enjoyed yourself and found the session informative. A huge thank you to all the stakeholders who have participated wholeheartedly towards making this event possible, including all the professional bodies, unions, and maritime associations. Maritime unions serve as a collective voice for seafarers, negotiating with the employers and advocating for their rights and well-being. Professional bodies are dedicated to advancing the technical, educational, and professional standards of the maritime industry. Our heartfelt thanks to all the professional bodies, maritime associations and unions, CMMI, Institute of Marine Engineers, India, FOSMA, MASA, INSA, NUSI, and FSUI for their support. Thank you. We thank Indian Ports Association and the knowledge partner for the session, Grant Thornton, for their support in bringing this event to life. Your efforts have made this a seamless and successful session. A huge thank you to the organizing committee members. Thank you for your energy and enthusiasm. Your contributions, both on stage and behind the scene, made this event a memorable one. To the press and media who took the time to be with us today, your support is truly appreciated. Your coverage is vital for raising awareness about maritime human capital, and we deeply appreciate your role in that effort. And to our wonderful audience, thank you for your support and encouragement. Your presence is what makes these events truly special. Once again, thank you to everyone for making this day so special. We hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We now conclude this session and invite our guests if they want to have a group photograph with a panelist and CMD ACI. You can come to the stairs. Our panelists will come to the stage and we can have an official photograph. With this, we now end this session and wish you a productive continuation of Indian Maritime Week 2025. We also request you to visit our stall in hall number 1. ACI stall is stall number 37. We look forward to welcome you there. Jai Hind.
क्या उसका नहीं